Hey friends! Glad you're here at Cosmic Wand. We've cooked up something special. What if Harry died in the Chamber of Secrets, but woke up with a message saying you have been chosen as the player? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1. The dead boy. The fong went in just above the elbow. Harry didn't feel it at first. There was pressure, a dull wrongness, and then he was on his knees with the basilisk's tooth buried 3 inches into his arm and the world tilting sideways like a ship rolling in heavy seas. The sword of Gryffindor clattered from his other hand, ringing against wet stone. Somewhere behind him, Tom Riddle was laughing. The pain arrived a half-second later, so bright and total it whited out his vision. Harry grabbed the fong and pulled. It came free with a wet sound, trailing something dark that wasn't quite blood or wasn't only blood. Venom. He could feel it moving through him, hot and wrong, spreading up his arm like liquid fire poured into his veins. Remarkable, Riddle said, and his voice was close now, conversational, almost warm. You know, I'd hoped you'd last longer than this. I really did. There's something admirable about your particular brand of stupidity, Potter. Harry tried to stand and couldn't. His arm had gone numb from the elbow down, and the numbness was creeping wrist, shoulder, crawling toward his chest. He looked at the fang in his hand, slick with his own blood and something greenish-black, and then at the diary lying open 10 feet away. Ginny. She was lying so still on the cold stone, her red hair fanned out in the water, and she was almost translucent now, almost gone, and Riddle was standing over her getting more solid by the second. Harry could see the color in his cheeks, the sharpness coming into his edges. Every second Ginny faded, Riddle became more real. She's nearly finished, Riddle said, following Harry's gaze. Minutes, I'd say. Perhaps less. And you'll be dead before she is, so you won't even have the satisfaction of failing together. Harry's vision was going gray at the edges. His heartbeat had become something he could hear, too loud and too slow, thudding in his ears like a drum being played underwater. The venom had reached his chest. He could feel it wrapping around his heart, squeezing, and every beat pumped the poison further. He looked at the fong in his hand. Looked at the diary. 10 feet. He just had to make it 10 feet. Harry crawled. His left arm was useless now, dragging beside him, so he pulled himself forward with his right hand. The fong clutched between his fingers, knees scraping against the wet stone of the chamber floor. The massive corpse of the basilisk lay behind him, its mouth still open, its eyes ruined and leaking, and the smell of it, blood and venom and something ancient, was everywhere. Oh, this is sad, Riddle said. He didn't move to stop Harry. Why would he? He was a memory growing into a body, drawing power from a dying girl, and Harry was a 12-year-old boy crawling through his own blood with a poison fong clenched in his fist. This wasn't a contest anymore. This was entertainment. 8 feet. 6. Harry's vision was almost gone now, narrowing to a tunnel with the diary at the end of it. His right hand was shaking so badly he could barely hold the fong. His heart gave a strange stuttering beat, then another, then seemed to pause for a very long time before continuing. 4 feet. You won't make it, Riddle said, and for the first time there was something other than amusement in his voice. Something careful. 2 feet. Harry raised the fong. His arm felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. The diary was right there, open, its blank pages almost glowing in the green light of the chamber. He could see the venom dripping from the fong's tip, sizzling faintly where it hit the stone. He brought the fong down. Or tried to. His heart stopped. It didn't stutter or slow or skip. It stopped, between one beat and the next, like a clock whose spring had finally wound down. Harry felt it, a strange, total stillness in his chest where there had been motion his entire life. His hand, the fong still in it, dropped to the stone an inch from the diary's open pages. His body pitched forward, his face hitting the cold wet floor, and the last thing he saw before the darkness took him was Tom Riddle's shoes, expensive and impossible, stepping closer. Pity, Riddle said from very far away. I wanted you to see what comes next. The darkness was absolute. Not the darkness of a room with the lights off, where your eyes adjust and shapes emerge. Not the darkness of night, where stars and moon provide their faint charity. This was nothing, a complete absence of light, of dimension, of reference. Harry floated in it, or stood in it, or lay in it. He couldn't tell. He had no body to orient himself with. He wasn't afraid. That was the strangest part. He should have been terrified. He was 12 years old, and he'd just died, actually died, in a secret chamber underneath a magic school while a ghost stole a little girl's life. He should have been screaming. But the fear was gone, removed as cleanly as a tooth pulled from its socket, and in its place was a vast, quiet calm. I'm dead, Harry thought, and the thought was clear and simple and true. He waited. For what, he didn't know. A light at the end of a tunnel, maybe. His parents. Something. The books and stories all said there was something after, didn't they? A door, a threshold, someone waiting on the other side. Nothing came. The darkness persisted, patient and total, and Harry floated in it for what might have been seconds or hours or years. Time didn't seem to apply here. He existed, and that was all. Then the words appeared. They weren't written on anything, there was nothing to write on. They simply existed, luminous and precise, hanging in the void like stars arranged into language. You have died. Harry stared at them. Or perceived them. He still wasn't sure he had eyes. The words dissolved and new ones took their place. Death count. 1 cause. Basilisk venom. Systemic. Time of death. 7:42 p.m. May 29th, 1993. Location. Chamber of Secrets, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A pause. The text faded. Then, you have been chosen as the player. Death is no longer your end. The game has begun. Harry tried to speak and found he couldn't. He tried to think a response, to push the question outward. What game? Chosen by whom? What does this mean? And the void absorbed his questions without reaction. New text, tutorial. Resurrection. You will be returned to your body at the moment of death. The cause of death will be resolved. You will retain all memories of this event. First death is free. Subsequent deaths carry a cost. The words lingered longer this time, as if they wanted to make sure he'd absorbed them. Then, at the bottom, in smaller text, Do you wish to continue? Harry didn't know how to answer. He didn't have hands to press a button or a mouth to speak or yes. The word formed in his mind clearly, instinctively, like reaching for something falling. Yes, I want to continue. Ginny's still down there. Riddle's still, acknowledged. The void cracked open like an egg, and light poured in green, sickly, familiar, and Harry fell. He hit his own body like diving into freezing water. Every nerve lit up at once, a full body shock that arched his back and tore a gasp from his lungs. He was on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets. His face was in cold water. The taste of blood was in his mouth and the fong was still in his hand and his heart was beating again, hammering in his chest like it was trying to make up for lost time. Harry sucked in air. It hurt. Everything hurt, but it was a receding hurt, the pain of the venom pulling back like a tide going out. He could feel it retreating down his arm, the fire dimming, the numbness lifting. The cause of death will be resolved. The venom was being what? Undone? Reversed? He could feel it leaving his bloodstream, literally draining backward through his veins, and wherever it retreated his body came back online in a rush of sensation. Impossible, Tom Riddle said. Harry lifted his head. Riddle was standing 5 feet away, staring. He was more solid than before, nearly opaque, Ginny's life force filling him out like water filling a glass. But his face, 16 and handsome and terrible, had gone absolutely still. His dark eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on the face of someone who was supposed to be winning. It was uncertainty. That isn't possible, Riddle said again, quieter. The venom reached your heart. I watched it stop. You were dead, Potter. Harry got to his knees. The fong was in his right hand. The diary was right there, still open, still waiting, 1 inch from where his hand had fallen. His body was shaking with adrenaline and the lingering shock of resurrection, but his mind was clear, clearer than it had ever been, actually, as if dying had burned away some fog he'd been living in his whole life. And there was something else. Something new. The world looked different. Not visually, the chamber was the same, greenlit and vast, the basilisk's corpse stretched across the floor, Ginny's pale form lying in the water. But layered over everything, just at the edge of perception, was a kind of awareness that hadn't been there before. Harry could feel the magic in the chamber walls, old and dense, humming at a frequency just below hearing. He could feel the enchantments woven into the stone, the residue of Salazar Slytherin's work 1,000 years gone. He could feel Riddle, not just see him, but feel him, a knot of stolen life force and dark magic, brilliant and brittle and fundamentally incomplete. And the diary. He could feel the diary most of all. It pulsed like a second heartbeat, dark and wrong, and something about it called to the scar on Harry's forehead in a way that made his stomach turn. "What are you?" Riddle whispered. Harry didn't answer. He raised the Fong and brought it down into the diary. This time his arm didn't fail him. The Fong punched through the cover, through the pages, through the back cover and into the stone beneath, and the diary screamed. Ink erupted from the wound like arterial blood, thick and black and hot, spattering Harry's hands and face and robes. Riddle shrieked, a sound so high and piercing it seemed to crack the air, and Harry pulled the fang free and stabbed the diary again. And again. Ink everywhere, pouring out in impossible quantities, and Riddle was twisting, flickering, his solid form coming apart like smoke in a gale. "No, you can't. I am Lord Voldemort. I am." Harry stabbed the diary a fourth time and something tore. He felt it through his new awareness, a rupture, a breaking, a dark knot unraveling. Riddle threw his head back and light poured from his mouth, his eyes, his chest, and then he was gone. Just gone. No dramatic dissolution, no lingering shadow. One moment he existed and the next he didn't, and the chamber was silent except for Harry's ragged breathing and the slow drip of ink from the ruined diary. Harry knelt there, breathing hard, the fang still clutched in his hand. His arm was covered in ink and blood and his robes were soaked and his whole body was trembling. But the venom was gone. Completely. He could feel the absence of it as clearly as he'd felt its presence minutes ago, and in its place was something else, that new awareness, that strange clarity, humming through him like an electric current. "Focus," he told himself. "Ginny." He dropped the fang and scrambled across the wet floor to where Ginny lay. She was so pale. Her skin had a blue-white quality that Harry associated with corpses in the movies he'd half-watched through the Dursleys' living room door, and for a terrible moment he thought he was too late. Then she breathed. A tiny, shallow breath, barely there, but her chest moved and something shifted in the air around her. The drawing sensation, the feeling of her life being pulled away, had stopped. With Riddle gone, with the diary destroyed, whatever had been feeding on her had released its grip. "Ginny." Harry grabbed her shoulders, shook her gently. "Ginny, wake up. Come on." Her eyelids fluttered. Another breath, deeper this time. And Harry felt something he hadn't expected. Through his new awareness, he could sense her, not her thoughts, not her emotions exactly, but her state. She was weak. Dangerously weak. Her magical core, and he hadn't even known people had those in any perceptible sense until 30 seconds ago, was nearly drained, a candle guttering in a draft. She needed help. Real help, more than he could provide. "Ginny, please." Her eyes opened. Brown and unfocused and full of confusion. Harry." Her voice was a thread. "Harry, oh Harry, I tried to tell you it'd be breakfast, but I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean." "Ginny, stop." "It's okay. Riddle made you do it. The diary's destroyed, he's gone." "But the diary, I wrote in it, and he showed me." She was crying now, thin silent tears cutting tracks through the grime on her face, and Harry could feel her distress like a pressure change, like the air before a thunderstorm. "Ginny. I need you to stand up. Can you do that?" She couldn't. He got her arm over his shoulder and hauled her upright, taking most of her weight. She was light, too light, a girl-shaped absence where a person should be. As they staggered past the basilisk's corpse, something caught in the edge of Harry's new awareness, a faint pull from the dead serpent. There was something in the basilisk, not just the residual magic of a 1,000-year-old magical creature, but something else. Components. Valuable ones. Harry filed that away and kept moving. Ginny first. Everything else later. They reached the tunnel, and Harry paused, adjusting Ginny's weight. The pipe stretched upward into darkness, and Harry could feel the magic in its walls, Slytherin's old enchantments, layered and intricate, but there was no obvious way to climb it. He'd slid down. Getting back up was a different problem. Then, from somewhere above, echoing down the pipe, a bird song. It was the most beautiful sound Harry had ever heard, clear and resonant and full of something that made the new awareness in him flare like a match being struck. Fawkes came down the pipe in a blaze of crimson and gold, wings tight to his body, and landed on the stone floor beside Harry in a flutter of brilliant feathers. In his talons, he carried the Sorting Hat. Fawkes looked at Harry with one bright, intelligent eye. Harry stared back. Through his new awareness, there was no word for it except radiant. The Phoenix's magic wasn't like the Chamber's magic or the Diary's magic or even Riddle's. It was alive, warm, cycling, constantly renewing itself. Harry could feel the bird's fire, not heat exactly, but the potential for it, banked and waiting like coals in a furnace. Fawkes trilled again, softer, and hopped forward. He tilted his head, examining Harry's arm, the wound where the fong had gone in, still raw and red, though the venom was gone. And then the Phoenix leaned down and wept onto the wound. The tears hit Harry's skin and he gasped. He'd expected healing, and it was healing, the skin knitting together, the torn flesh mending. But through his new awareness, he could feel what Phoenix tears actually did, and it was staggering. They didn't just repair damage. They reset flesh to its ideal state, imposing a kind of biological perfection that overwrote injury and disease and toxin. It was magic that worked by remembering what the body was supposed to be and insisting on it. The wound closed. Pink new skin covered it. And Harry felt something else, a tiny incremental shift in his awareness, as if experiencing the healing up close, really paying attention to how it worked, had taught him something. "Thank you," Harry said, and his voice was rough. Fawkes trilled once more, then took flight, circling above them. The message was clear: grab on. Ginny, hold on to me. Tight. She wrapped her arms around his waist, barely conscious, and Harry reached up and took hold of Fawkes's tail feathers. The Phoenix was strong, impossibly strong for his size, more evidence that the bird operated by different rules than the physical world usually allowed, and they rose, slowly at first and then faster, the pipe blurring around them, the damp air rushing past. They emerged in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and Harry's feet hit tile, and he staggered, Ginny sagging against him. The bathroom was exactly as he'd left it, dim, slightly flooded, the sinks with their serpent-engraved taps still open. Myrtle was nowhere to be seen. "Harry! Harry!" The shout came from the corridor, followed by pounding footsteps, and then Ron Weasley came skidding around the corner, his face flushed and streaked with dirt and tears, and his eyes going wide as dinner plates when he saw Harry standing there with Ginny half-conscious at his side. "You're alive," Ron said, and his voice cracked on the second word. "I couldn't, the rocks, I tried to shift them, I tried everything, and then Lockhart was just sitting there talking about wallpaper patterns and he stopped, staring at Ginny. She's alive. She needs the hospital wing." Ron rushed forward and took Ginny's other side, and between them they got her into the corridor. Harry could feel Ron's magic too, now steady, deep, warmer than he would have expected. Ron Weasley's magical core was like a hearth fire, unpretentious and solid, and Harry had never noticed it before because he'd never been able to. "What happened down there?" Ron asked as they moved through the corridors. "Lockhart's useless, completely lost his mind. He tried to curse me with my broken wand and it backfired. He doesn't even know his own name anymore. I killed the basilisk," Harry said. "Stabbed it through the mouth with the sword." You what?" "The Sorting Hat gave me the sword of Gryffindor. I shoved it through the roof of the basilisk's mouth." Ron stared at him with an expression that mingled awe and a kind of queasy disbelief. "Bloody hell, Harry. And the diary, Tom Riddle, he was controlling Ginny. A memory stored in the diary, getting stronger by feeding on her. I destroyed it." "Riddle. As in Voldemort." Tom Riddle was Voldemort's real name. Ron almost dropped Ginny. You're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Ron looked at him, really looked at him, and something shifted in his expression. Harry saw it happen, and through his new awareness, he felt it too, a subtle recalibration, Ron recategorizing what he was seeing. Harry was soaked in blood and ink and water, his robes torn, his face white, and there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. No, Ron said quietly. You don't. They found Professor McGonagall first, rounding a corner on the 3rd floor. She took one look at them, and the color drained from her face so fast Harry thought she might faint. Potter Weasley, is that she needs the hospital wing, Harry said. Now. It was the diary, a dark artifact. It was possessing her. The threat's been dealt with. McGonagall opened her mouth, closed it, and then did something Harry had never seen her do before. She acted without asking questions. She drew her wand, conjured a stretcher with a flick that Harry's new awareness registered as casually masterful, levitated Ginny onto it, and set off at a pace that forced both boys to jog. Professor Dumbledore has returned, she said as they moved. He's in his office. Mr. Weasley, your parents are here. They were informed an hour ago. Potter, you will explain everything. Yes, Professor. They swept into the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey descended on Ginny with the focused intensity of a woman who had been waiting for exactly this kind of emergency. Harry felt her diagnostic spells, quick, precise, layered, scanning Ginny's condition, and he understood instinctively what they were doing, reading the girl's vital signs, magical core, nervous system. It was like a medical readout translated into magical sensation, and Harry drank in the knowledge of it, his new awareness cataloging every spell, every technique. Arthur and Molly Weasley arrived moments later, Molly making a sound that wasn't quite a scream and wasn't quite a sob when she saw Ginny on the hospital bed. Arthur was white-faced and grim, his hand on his wife's back, and when he looked at Harry there was something raw and complicated in his eyes. Harry, Arthur said. Ron. What happened? Ron started talking, the trip to Lockhart's office, the entrance to the chamber, the rockfall, Lockhart's spell backfiring. Harry let him talk, because the truth was he didn't want to tell this story yet. He needed to think. He needed to process what had happened to him, the death, the void, the message, this new awareness that was still unfurling inside him like a plant growing in fast forward. But McGonagall was looking at him expectantly, and so were the Weasleys, and there was no avoiding it. Ginny was taken into the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. The heir of Slytherin wasn't a student. It was a memory, Tom Riddle, preserved in a diary that Ginny had been writing in all year. The diary was feeding on her life force to make itself real again. Tom Riddle is Voldemort's real name. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Molly's hand went to her mouth. Arthur went even paler. The diary controlled the basilisk, Harry continued. Through Ginny. The message on the wall, the petrified students, all of it. I found the chamber, killed the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor, and destroyed the diary. Ginny should recover. He said it all in a flat, precise tone that he barely recognized as his own. Where had that come from? 12-year-old boys didn't talk like that, clinical, controlled, briefing a room. But the words came out the way they wanted to come out, and Harry let them. The basilisk, Arthur said faintly. You killed a basilisk. It's dead in the chamber. The sword's down there too. And Lockhart's down there somewhere. His own memory charm rebounded off Ron's broken wand. He doesn't remember anything. Good riddance, Ron muttered. McGonagall's lips thinned. Potter, you will come with me to the headmaster's office. Mr. Weasley, both of you, stay with your sister. Harry nodded and followed McGonagall out of the hospital wing. His legs were steady. His hands weren't shaking anymore. He could feel the castle around him as they walked, really feel it, in a way he never had before. Hogwarts was alive with magic. The walls hummed with it, the staircases pulsed with it, the suits of armor standing in their alcoves each had their own tiny enchantment signatures. And beneath it all, deep and vast and ancient, was the castle's own magic, the accumulated weight of 1,000 years of spellwork, woven into the foundations like rebar in concrete. Harry drank it all in, and somewhere in the back of his mind, his new awareness quietly processed and catalogued every detail. They reached the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. McGonagall spoke the password, "Sherbet Lemon," and the gargoyle leapt aside. The spiral staircase carried them upward, and Harry felt Dumbledore before he saw him. The man's magical presence was enormous. Harry nearly stopped walking. It was like stepping from a quiet room into a thunderstorm, a wall of power, controlled and contained, but undeniably there, filling the office like heat from a forge. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his long fingers steepled, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the candlelight, and his blue eyes found Harry the moment the door opened. Those eyes. Harry's new awareness read them and found layers, kindness over calculation, over worry, over something deeper that might have been guilt. Dumbledore was looking at Harry the way a chess player looks at a board where the pieces have moved in unexpected ways. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "please sit down." Harry sat. The office was full of fascinating objects, silver instruments spinning and puffing, the sorting hat on its shelf, Fawkes on his perch preening, and every single one of them registered in Harry's awareness as distinct magical signatures. The sorting hat alone was a symphony of enchantment, so complex and layered that Harry couldn't begin to parse it all. He forced himself to focus on Dumbledore. "Professor McGonagall tells me you have quite a story to share," Dumbledore said. So Harry told it again. The chamber, riddle, the basilisk, the diary. He told most of the truth. He left out the part about dying. He left out the void. The message. The return. He didn't make a conscious decision to lie. The omission was instinctive, bone-deep, and Harry recognized it as self-preservation of a kind he hadn't practiced before tonight. Something had happened to him that he didn't understand, and until he did understand it, he wasn't going to hand that information to anyone. Not even Dumbledore. Especially not Dumbledore. Because Harry's new awareness was reading Dumbledore's reactions as he spoke, and what he found there was not simple relief or grandfatherly concern. It was analysis. Assessment. Dumbledore was weighing every word Harry said, fitting it into a framework that Harry couldn't see, and behind those twinkling blue eyes was a mind as sharp and strategic as anything Harry had ever encountered. Dumbledore was not just a kind old headmaster. Dumbledore was a man with plans, and Harry was part of them. "The diary," Dumbledore said when Harry finished. "You say you destroyed it with the basilisk's fawn?" "Yes, sir." "And it bled ink." "And Riddle's form dissipated." "Yes, sir." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. His eyes were distant, calculating, and Harry felt a subtle shift in the man's magic, a deepening, as if he'd turned some inner mechanism that engaged a more serious mode of thought. "Harry, I must ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. When the basilisk bit you, before you destroyed the diary, how did you survive the venom?" Harry's heart kicked. He kept his face still. "Fawkes," he said. Fawkes cried on the wound. Phoenix tears. Dumbledore studied him. Those blue eyes were very bright and very focused, and Harry felt the weight of the man's attention like a physical thing pressing against his skin. "Fawkes arrived after you destroyed the diary," Dumbledore said gently. "I am curious about the timing." "It all happened very fast, sir. I was bitten. I pulled the fong out. I used it to stab the diary." Fawkes came. It's a bit blurred, honestly." A lie. The clearest memory Harry had ever had was those last minutes in the chamber, the crawl, the fong, his heart stopping. But he sold the lie with the exhaustion on his face and the tremor he let into his voice, and he watched Dumbledore decide whether to push. Dumbledore didn't push. "Of course," the headmaster said, leaning back. "You have been remarkably brave tonight, Harry. Remarkably. I dare say few adult wizards could have managed what you did. I had help. Ron and Fawkes and the Sorting Hat. Indeed. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it." Dumbledore smiled, but the calculation hadn't left his eyes entirely. "You should go to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will want to examine you." "Yes, sir." Harry stood up. As he reached the door, Dumbledore spoke again. "Harry, the diary, do you have any idea how it came to be in Miss Weasley's possession?" Harry turned back. Through his new awareness, he could feel the question's weight. This mattered to Dumbledore. This mattered a great deal. "No, sir," Harry said. "But I intend to find out." Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise, maybe, or recognition. Harry had spoken with a quiet certainty that didn't belong to a traumatized 12-year-old, and they both knew it. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Professor." The hospital wing was quiet when Harry returned. Ginny was sleeping, her color better, her breathing steady. Molly Weasley had fallen asleep in a chair beside her bed, Arthur standing guard by the window. Ron was sitting on a bed across the aisle, still dirty and rumpled, his eyes red-rimmed. "What did Dumbledore say?" Ron asked in a low voice. "Not much. Asked about the diary, the basilisk. Usual Dumbledore things, says a lot without really saying anything." Ron managed a weak grin. "Sounds right." He glanced at Ginny. "Mum's a wreck. Dad's holding it together, but barely. Percy's wandering the corridors looking like someone hit him with a bludger." "She's going to be okay, Ron." "Yeah." Ron rubbed his eyes. "Harry, when you were down there, with Riddle and the basilisk and all of it, were you scared?" Harry thought about it. Not the easy answer, the honest one. "I was too busy to be scared," he said. "The fear kind of came after." Ron nodded slowly. "When the rocks came down and you were on the other side, I've never been that scared in my life. I couldn't get to you. I tried everything, every spell I could think of, and the rocks they wouldn't move. And I thought," he stopped, swallowed hard. "I thought you were going to die down there, and it would be my fault for not being able to get through." "It wouldn't have been your fault. Try telling my brain that." They sat in silence for a while. Arthur Weasley came over at one point, squeezed Harry's shoulder, said thank you in a voice that was barely holding together, and went back to the window. Madame Pomfrey checked on Harry, tooted about the state of his robes and his general condition, and gave him a potion that tasted like warm mud. He drank it without complaint and felt it working, a general restorative, he realized, and his new awareness could actually follow what it was doing inside him, repairing minor tissue damage, replenishing blood volume, calming his overworked nervous system. Eventually, Ron fell asleep on his bed, still in his clothes. Arthur dozed in a chair. The hospital wing settled into the deep quiet of late night, and Harry lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, and let himself think. He was alive. He'd been dead, and now he was alive. The shock of it was starting to arrive in waves, delayed like thunder after lightning. His heart had stopped. He'd been gone. And then words in a void, and a choice, and here he was with his heart beating and his lungs breathing, and this impossible new awareness woven into his perception like thread into cloth. "You have been chosen as the player." What did that mean? Chosen by what? For what purpose? He lay there turning it over and over, examining it from every angle, and found nothing that made sense. In the magical world there were prophecies and cursed objects and enchantments that lingered for centuries, but he'd never heard of anything like this, a system, an interface, something that spoke in clipped text and offered resurrection from death. First death is free. Subsequent deaths carry a cost. Free. His death in the chamber had been free. A tutorial, the system had called it. Which meant it anticipated future deaths, anticipated him being in situations where death was a real possibility, and was offering a safety net with teeth. What cost? Harry thought, directing the question inward, toward wherever the system lived inside him. No response. The awareness hummed, steady and impassive, and offered nothing. Harry closed his eyes and tried something. He focused inward, the way you'd focus on a sore muscle or a headache, attending to the new sense rather than the old ones. And there it was, a feeling of himself, like looking in a mirror made of sensation rather than light. He was small. That was the overwhelming impression. His magical core, and he was becoming increasingly certain that was a real, tangible thing, was modest. Bright but small, like a campfire compared to the bonfire he'd felt from Dumbledore. His body was undersized for his age, undernourished, carrying damage from years of neglect at the Dursleys that no amount of Hogwarts feasting had fully repaired. But there was potential there. He could feel it, a sense of capacity not yet filled, like a room with space for more furniture. And the new awareness itself was part of that capacity. It was in him now, part of his magical signature, and it was still settling in, still integrating, still making itself at home. Harry opened his eyes. Fawkes was perched on the windowsill above his bed, watching him with those bright, ancient eyes. The phoenix's magic washed over Harry like warm water, and for a moment he felt something from the bird that might have been recognition. Fawkes had seen whatever had happened to Harry, had arrived in the chamber after Harry was already alive again, had healed a wound on a boy who should have been a corpse. Did the phoenix know? Fawkes tilted his head, trilled a single soft note, and took flight, gliding silently out through the open window into the night. Harry watched him go. Then he lay back and let the exhaustion take him, and his last thought before sleep was not about the chamber or riddle or the basilisk or any of the impossible things that had happened tonight. It was about the summer. 90 days at the Dursleys. 90 days before he came back to Hogwarts. 90 days to figure out what he'd become. The remaining days of term passed in a blur of celebration and aftermath. The petrified students were cured with the mandrake potion. Harry stood in the hospital wing and watched Hermione's eyes flutter open, and the relief that hit him was so fierce it nearly buckled his knees. She sat up, looked around, saw Harry and Ron, and said, "Did you solve it?" "Tell me everything," in a voice hoarse from months of disuse, and Harry laughed for the first time in what felt like forever. He told her a version of the story. The same version he'd told everyone else: the chamber, the basilisk, the diary, the sword. Hermione listened with that intense, laser-focused expression she got when she was processing information, and when he finished she was quiet for a long time. "You killed a 60-foot basilisk," she said. "Yeah. With a sword." "Yeah. You're 12. Technically, I'll be 13 in July." Hermione stared at him. And then she threw her arms around him in a hug, so tight it actually hurt, and Harry felt her magic, quick, sharp, brilliantly organized, like a library made of light, and he hugged her back and didn't say anything about what he'd felt. The end-of-year feast was raucous. Hagrid was returned, Dumbledore gave a speech, exams were cancelled, which delighted everyone except Hermione, who looked genuinely bereft, and Harry sat at the Gryffindor table surrounded by noise and warmth and watched the Great Hall with his new eyes. He could feel the enchantment on the ceiling, staggeringly complex, a masterwork of charms that simulated the sky outside in real time. He could feel the warming charms on the benches, the preservation charms on the food, the dozens of subtle enchantments that made the hall comfortable and welcoming. And he could feel the students' hundreds of magical signatures, each unique, ranging from the barely there flickers of first years to the strong, steady fires of seventh years. It was overwhelming if he let it be. He was learning not to let it be, learning to dial the awareness back, to let it hum in the background instead of dominating his attention. Like adjusting the volume on a radio. "You're being weird," Ron said, mouth full of treacle tart. "I'm always weird. Weirder than usual. You've got this look like you're listening to something nobody else can hear." Harry made a mental note to control his expressions better. "Just thinking. Dangerous, that." Hermione, on Harry's other side, said nothing, but she was watching him with a quiet, careful attention that made Harry's new awareness prickle. Hermione Granger missed very little, and she'd been a statue for weeks. She had months of observation to catch up on, and she was clearly starting with him. He'd have to be careful. The train ride home was normal enough. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a compartment, talked about the summer, made plans to write. Fred and George came by to thank Harry for saving their sister, George with a joke, Fred with a sincerity that caught Harry off guard. Ginny stopped by too, briefly, still pale and quiet, but standing on her own 2 feet, and she met Harry's eyes for a moment with an expression he couldn't parse even with his enhanced awareness. Gratitude, yes. But also something darker. Shame, maybe. Or fear, not of Harry, but of herself. Of what she'd been made to do. Harry knew that look. He'd seen it in the mirror. "Thank you," Ginny said, almost inaudibly, and then she was gone. The train pulled into King's Cross, and Harry stepped onto the platform with his trunk and Hedwig's cage and felt the transition, the dense, layered magic of the Hogwarts Express giving way to the thinner, flatter magical atmosphere of the Muggle world. There was still magic here, faint traces, ambient, the bleed-through of a magical platform existing alongside a mundane train station, but it was sparse compared to Hogwarts. The Dursleys were waiting. Uncle Vernon, purple-faced and impatient. Aunt Petunia, thin-lipped and rigid. Dudley, enormous and sulky. Harry looked at them, and for the first time his new awareness reached for them and found nothing. No magical signature. No core, no spark, no potential. Just people. Ordinary, mundane, empty of the fire that burned in every witch and wizard Harry had ever met. It should have made him feel superior. It didn't. It made him feel lonely. "Get in the car," Vernon said. "And don't think you're going to spend all summer doing your thing. There'll be chores. Your aunt's sister is visiting in August, and you'll behave yourself or there'll be consequences." "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Harry got in the car. Hedwig hooted softly in her cage. The streets of London rolled past the window, gray and familiar and utterly mundane, and Harry watched them with eyes that saw things they'd never seen before. He thought about the chamber. About dying. About the void and the message and the choice. He thought about Dumbledore's eyes and the calculations behind them. He thought about the diary and how it had felt against his new awareness, that dark pulse, that wrongness, and the way it had called to a scar. He thought about Tom Riddle's face when Harry had come back to life. And he thought about the 90 days ahead of him. An empty house in Surrey with nothing to do and no one watching. For the first time in his life, the prospect of summer at the Dursleys didn't fill him with dread. It filled him with something that felt almost like anticipation. There was so much to learn. So much to test. So much to understand about what had happened to him and what it meant and what he could do with it. Harry leaned his head against the car window and closed his eyes. Behind his eyelids, in the quiet space where his awareness lived, new text appeared, tutorial complete. Year 2 ends. The real game begins in 90 days. Use them wisely. Harry opened his eyes. The car turned onto the motorway, heading west toward Little Whinging, and Harry Potter, the boy who had died in a dark chamber under a magic school and chosen to come back, watched the road ahead and began to plan. The first night at Privet Drive, Harry lay in his narrow bed in the smallest bedroom and stared at the ceiling and let himself feel everything. The house was quiet. Vernon's snores rumbled through the wall like distant thunder. Hedwig rustled in her cage. Outside, a fox screamed somewhere in the suburban darkness, and the sound carried a loneliness that matched Harry's mood perfectly. He died. The reality of it kept hitting him in waves, each one a little different. Sometimes it was physical, a sudden phantom sensation of his heart stopping, a ghost memory of the venom's fire in his veins. Sometimes it was emotional, a vertiginous lurch of how close, a dizzy recognition that he should not be here, breathing, thinking, existing. And sometimes it was intellectual, a cold, clear understanding that at 7:42 p.m. on May 29th, Harry James Potter had ceased to exist, and something had reached into the space where death should have been final and pulled him back. "What are you?" He thought at the system. "What is this? Why me?" Silence. The awareness hummed, patient and constant, and offered nothing. Harry sat up in bed and focused inward. There. The sense of himself. Clearer now than it had been in the hospital wing, as if the system was settling in, becoming more integrated with each passing hour. He could feel his own magical core, small, bright, resilient. He could feel his body tired, underfed, carrying the echoes of 12 years of poor treatment. And he could feel the system itself, layered over everything like a second skin, translating the magical world into something his mind could grasp. He raised his hand in the darkness. Thought about casting Lumos. Felt the magic stir inside him, eager and ready, and stopped. The trace. Underage magic. The Ministry could detect it, and the last thing Harry needed was another warning letter, or worse, expulsion. He'd pushed his luck enough with Dobby's hover charm last summer. But even as the caution formed, his new awareness offered something. A kind of understanding, dim but present, about the trace itself. It wasn't a spell on him, exactly. It was more environmental, a detection net that registered magical activity in areas where underage wizards lived. It couldn't distinguish between Harry's magic and any other magic. That was why it had triggered when Dobby had used magic last summer. The Ministry had assumed it was Harry because Harry was the wizard registered at that address. Which meant, in a purely magical household, like the Weasleys' home, the trace was effectively useless. The Ministry couldn't separate a child's magic from an adult's. And it meant something else, too. The trace detected spellcasting. Wand magic. Deliberate, structured magical acts. But what about the subtler things? What about the kind of unfocused, accidental magic that children produced? What about intent without incantation? Harry filed that away for later experimentation. Carefully. He lay back down and thought about the days ahead. 90 days. Roughly. He'd arrive back at Hogwarts on September 1st for his third year, and between now and then he had a window constrained by the Dursleys, by the trace, by the limitations of being a 13-year-old wizard with no access to magical resources. But a window nonetheless. What did he need? Knowledge first. He grabbed his school books from his trunk before Vernon could lock them away, a small lie about summer homework, delivered with enough meekness to avoid suspicion, and he had 2 years of magical theory to revisit with new eyes. Everything he'd read before, every spell he'd practiced, every lesson he'd half absorbed, it would all look different through the lens of his new awareness. Physical conditioning, second. His body was a weak point. Always had been. The Dursleys had starved and neglected him for a decade, and even Hogwarts food couldn't fully compensate. He was small, thin, slow. If the system rewarded him for facing challenges, and if the challenges ahead were anything like the last 2 years, he needed a body that could keep up. Understanding of the system itself, third. It had spoken to him 3 times, the void, the resurrection notification, and tonight's message. Each time it had been terse, informative, and utterly unhelpful about its own nature. He needed to find its boundaries, its rules, its logic. He needed to know what he was working with. And underneath all of it, a question he couldn't stop coming back to: why was I chosen? Was it the prophecy? Was it because he was the boy who lived, marked by Voldemort, linked to a dark wizard by fate and scar tissue? Or was it something else, something about the moment of his death, the location, the circumstances? The Chamber of Secrets was an ancient place, built by a founder, soaked in 1,000 years of magic. The basilisk was a creature of enormous magical power. And the diary, Harry's scar prickled at the thought. The diary had been something specific, something Dumbledore had been very interested in, something that had pulsed with a darkness Harry could still feel in his memory like an afterimage. He didn't have answers. He had 90 days to find some. Harry rolled over, adjusted his glasses on the bedside table, and closed his eyes. Sleep came faster than he expected, pulling him down into darkness that was warm and ordinary and nothing at all like the void. He dreamed of snakes and fire and a stag made of silver light, and when he woke in the morning to the sound of Aunt Petunia banging on his door, he felt, for the first time he could remember, ready. Ready for what? He wasn't sure yet. But ready. Chapter 2. 90 Days. The routine at Privet Drive had always been a kind of cage. Wake at 6:30 to Aunt Petunia's knocking. Cook breakfast. Do chores. Be invisible. Be grateful. Be nothing. Harry kept the routine. He cooked the bacon and eggs and toast. He weeded the garden. He cleaned the bathrooms. He painted the fence that Vernon had been complaining about since April. He did it all without complaint, without resistance, without the sullen resentment that had colored every previous summer. The Dursleys noticed the change and were deeply suspicious of it for about a week, then decided it was the natural result of whatever beating the freaks at his freak school had finally given him, and stopped paying attention. That was exactly what Harry wanted. Because the routine was camouflage now, not cage. Harry did his chores in the morning, finished by noon, and then he was free, not officially, not with permission, but in practice. The Dursleys didn't care where he was as long as he wasn't visible when the neighbors came by. So Harry vanished into the gaps of their attention, and in those gaps, he worked. The physical training started on day 3. He began with running, because it required nothing, no equipment, no space, no money. Just shoes and willingness and the empty streets of Little Whinging at 5:30 in the morning, before even Petunia was awake. The first morning, he made it 6 blocks before his lungs burned and his legs turned to rubber, and he had to stop, bent double, hands on his knees, gasping like a landed fish in the gray pre-dawn light. 6 blocks. Pathetic. 2 years of near-death experiences, and his body was a liability every single time. In the chamber he'd crawled, not run. Against the troll he'd jumped on its back out of desperation, not athleticism. He was small and weak and slow, and if the system was right, if the game was real, if more was coming, that would kill him as surely as any dark wizard. Harry walked home, stretched badly. He didn't know how to stretch properly yet, but he'd figure it out and added running to the daily schedule. Every morning, 5:30, before the world woke up. No exceptions. By the end of the first week, he could manage 10 blocks without stopping. By the end of the second week, a full mile. His legs ached constantly, a deep bone tiredness that the Dursleys' meager portions did nothing to help, but the ache felt productive in a way that chores never had. His body was adapting, grudgingly, and his new awareness tracked the process with quiet precision. He could feel his muscles repairing, his lungs expanding, his cardiovascular system slowly ratcheting itself toward something functional. He added push-ups on day 10. Sit-ups on day 12. He found a book on basic calisthenics in the Little Whinging Public Library and studied it with the same intensity Hermione brought to Hogwarts homework. The librarian, a tired woman named Mrs. Chin, noticed him coming in every few days and eventually stopped asking if he was lost. The library became his second headquarters. Harry read everything, not just the exercise books, but history, science, strategy. He checked out a battered copy of Sun Tzu's The Art of War on a whim and found it unexpectedly resonant. All warfare is based on deception. Appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. He'd been doing that instinctively his whole life. Now he was going to do it on purpose. But the real work, the work that mattered, happened at night, in the smallest bedroom, with the door locked and a towel stuffed under the gap. Harry began testing the system. The first test was simple, observation. He sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and focused inward the way he'd learned in the hospital wing. The sense of himself sharpened with practice, his magical core, his physical state, the system's presence layered over everything. Each night it came a little easier, a little clearer, like tuning a radio dial toward a signal. His magical core was recovering from the chamber. He could feel it growing slowly, incrementally, like a muscle being exercised. Which made a certain kind of sense. He'd pushed his magic harder in the chamber than he ever had before, and now it was rebuilding stronger, the way muscles rebuilt after strain. But the growth was slow. Achingly slow. At this rate, it would take years to reach anything close to what he'd felt from Dumbledore. Harry needed a way to accelerate the process, and the system's rules, growth through challenge, skills developed through use, suggested that sitting quietly meditating wasn't going to cut it. He needed to actually do magic. The trace was the obstacle. Harry spent 3 nights just focusing on it, reaching outward with his awareness, trying to feel its boundaries. And on the 3rd night, he found something. The trace wasn't a single spell. It was more like a mesh, a detection grid that covered areas where underage wizards were registered. It was tied to the Ministry's records, keyed to addresses, and it monitored for specific signatures, the energy release pattern of wand-based spellcasting. When it detected a spike of structured magical energy in a registered area, it flagged the incident and sent an alert. The key word was structured. The trace was looking for spells, organized, intentional, shaped magic channeled through a focus, usually a wand. It was not looking for ambient magic, passive magic, or the kind of formless, instinctive magic that young wizards produced accidentally. Harry spent a week thinking about that distinction. Then he started experimenting. He began with the simplest thing he could imagine, moving a feather. Not with Wingardium Leviosa. That was structured, incanted, wand-channeled. Instead, he held a feather from Hedwig's cage in his palm and just wanted it to float. No words. No wand. No structure. Just intent, raw and unfocused, the way accidental magic worked. The way he'd ended up on the school roof that time, running from Dudley. The way he'd vanished the glass at the zoo. Nothing happened for 3 nights. On the 4th night, the feather twitched. Harry's heart hammered. He stared at the feather, lying in his palm, and it had definitely moved. A tiny shift, barely perceptible, but it had happened and he'd felt it happen, felt his magic reach out, unstructured and clumsy, and nudge the feather like a breath of wind. No owl from the ministry. No warning letter. The trace hadn't triggered. Harry grinned in the dark, a fierce and private grin that no one saw, and kept practicing. The feather took another week to actually lift off his palm. It rose half an inch, wobbled, and fell back. The effort left Harry sweating and drained out of all proportion to the result. Moving a feather without a wand or spell was apparently like trying to open a jar with your pinky finger when a wrench was sitting right there. Possible, but absurdly inefficient. But efficiency wasn't the point. The point was that it worked, that it didn't trigger the trace, and that every night he practiced, it got a tiny bit easier. His awareness tracked the progress. His magical control was improving, his ability to shape raw intent was strengthening, and his core was growing faster now, not dramatically, but noticeably, like the difference between walking and jogging. The system rewarded effort. It rewarded risk and challenge, but even this, disciplined, repetitive, frustrating practice, was registering as progress. Harry could feel it, a quiet satisfaction in his awareness that reminded him of the feeling after a good Quidditch practice, that sense of muscles worked and skills sharpened. He moved on to harder targets. A pencil, a book, a glass of water, which ended badly the first time, soaking his mattress and forcing a midnight cleanup. Each object was heavier, more resistant, required more force and finer control. Each one pushed his wandless magic a little further, and his core grew a little more in response. By the end of June, Harry could reliably levitate small objects without a wand, hold them for 30 seconds, and set them down gently. It was nothing compared to what a wand could do. A first year could outperform him with a proper Leviosa, but it was wandless, silent, and undetectable. That mattered. That mattered enormously. Hedwig earned her keep that summer. She flew constantly, carrying letters back and forth between Harry and the rest of the world, and she seemed to thrive on it. The long flights kept her fit, and the regular work gave her purpose. Harry sometimes watched her leave through the window and felt a pang of envy. She could fly wherever she wanted. He was stuck in a box in Surrey, doing push-ups and levitating pencils and reading books by flashlight. Ron's letters came weekly, written in his messy scrawl on parchment that always smelled faintly of the burrow, baking and garden soil, and whatever Mrs. Weasley had been cooking. Harry, Dad won the Daily Profit Grand Prize draw. 700 galleons. We're going to Egypt to visit Bill. Mum's already planning everything. I wish you could come. Maybe next summer? Ginny's doing better. Mum took her to a healer in London, someone who specializes in mind magic or whatever it's called. She won't talk about what happened, but she's eating again, and she comes out of her room more. Fred and George are being weirdly careful around her, which is how you know it's serious, because they're never careful about anything. Percy's being unbearable. He got head boy. You'd think he'd won the bloody World Cup. He keeps polishing the badge at dinner. Fred threatened to bewitch it to say big head boy, and Percy nearly had a stroke. How are the muggles treating you? If they lock you up again, I swear to Merlin. Dad will bring the car. Ron Harry wrote back warm, cheerful letters that said everything except what mattered. He asked about Egypt, about Bill's work with Gringotts, about Ginny's recovery. He made jokes about the Dursleys. He asked about Quidditch scores. He said nothing about the training, the system, the feathers floating in the dark. Hermione's letters were different. They came on Muggle stationery, neat and organized, and they were longer than Ron's by a factor of 3. She wrote about her holiday in France, about the books she was reading, always the books, about her excitement for third year and the new elective courses she'd signed up for, all of them, apparently, which Harry figured was the most Hermione thing possible. But woven between the travel descriptions and book reviews were questions. Careful ones, spaced out across letters so they didn't seem like interrogation, but Harry recognized the pattern. "How are you sleeping, Harry? I read that traumatic experiences can cause nightmares. Have you noticed anything unusual since the chamber? I've been reading about post-trauma magical fluctuations. Apparently extreme stress can sometimes permanently alter a witch or wizard's magical sensitivity. You seem different on the train home." "I don't mean bad different. Just different." Ron noticed too, even if he won't say it. "You know you can talk to us about what happened, right?" Hermione was circling. She'd noticed the change in him, of course she had. She noticed everything, and she was trying to understand it through research and observation, the only tools she trusted. Harry respected her for it, even as he deflected. "I'm sleeping fine," he wrote back, which was true. "The chamber was bad, but it's over. I'm just glad everyone's okay. Tell me more about France." He felt guilty about the deflection. Hermione was his friend, one of his best friends, and she was asking because she cared. But the system was his secret, the one advantage he had that no one else knew about, and every instinct he had, both old and new, told him to keep it that way. Not forever. But for now. July arrived, hot and heavy. The streets of Little Whinging shimmered with heat, and Harry adjusted his running to early morning and added a second session in the cool of late evening. His body was changing slowly, but undeniably. The perpetual gauntness was softening, not because the Dursleys were feeding him better, they weren't, but because his metabolism was shifting, his muscles developing, his posture straightening. He was still small for his age, still thin, but there was a wiriness to him now that hadn't been there before. Dudley noticed. Or rather, Dudley's gang noticed, and Dudley noticed them noticing. "What are you doing up so early every morning?" Dudley demanded one afternoon, blocking the hallway. He'd grown again over the summer, wider, not taller, and he filled the space like a fleshy barricade. "Running," Harry said. "Running from what?" "Just running. Exercise." Dudley squinted at him, suspicious and dimly hostile, the way he always was when Harry did something he couldn't understand. "You're being weird. Weirder than usual. Probably. Stop it. Stop exercising? Stop being weird." Harry looked at his cousin. Through his awareness, Dudley registered as a void, no magic, no spark, just a large boy with a small imagination and a mean streak born of spoiling. There was nothing to read, nothing to sense. But Harry didn't need magical awareness to see that Dudley was uncomfortable. Not just with Harry's new behavior, but with something else, a restlessness, a dissatisfaction that hadn't been there before. Dudley was 13 and enormous and the king of his school, and he wasn't happy. Harry could see it in the way his cousin ate, constantly, mechanically, without enjoyment, and the way he watched television, hours of it, glazed and passive, and the way he lashed out at everything within reach. For the first time in his life, Harry felt something for Dudley that wasn't fear or resentment. It was pity. He didn't say anything. He just stepped around his cousin and went upstairs, and Dudley let him go, which was a first. Harry's birthday arrived on July 31st, and with it, 3 things. First, presents. Ron sent a pocket sneakoscope from Egypt, which spun and whistled on Harry's desk and which his awareness registered as a genuine dark detector, crude but functional. Hermione sent a broomstick servicing kit, practical and thoughtful. Hagrid sent a book that tried to bite him, the Monster Book of Monsters, required for third-year care of magical creatures, which Harry eventually subdued by stroking its spine. That last bit of information came through his new awareness. He could feel the enchantment on the book, a rudimentary artificial instinct system, and stroking the spine triggered its calm state. Second, a letter from Hogwarts with his third-year supply list. New books, new materials, the permission form for Hogsmeade visits. Harry looked at the form and felt a small, cold weight settle in his stomach. Vernon would never sign it voluntarily. Third, a message from the system. It came at midnight, the exact moment of his birthday, appearing in his awareness like text projected onto the inside of his eyelids. Happy birthday, player. Age: 13. Status update. Physical condition: improved, poor below average, magical core, growing, developing, skills acquired, wandless manipulation, basic, magical sensitivity, passive, physical conditioning, basic, note. 31 days remain. Acceleration recommended. Harry stared at the darkness of his ceiling, processing. The system had acknowledged his growth, poor to below average in physical condition, which was simultaneously encouraging and depressing. And it was telling him to go faster. 31 days until Hogwarts. Acceleration recommended. Acceleration how? Harry thought. For the first time, the system responded. Not with text, but with a feeling, a pull, subtle but distinct, pointing southeast. Toward London. Toward the magical world. Diagon Alley. The Hogsmeade form gave him his opening. Harry had spent 2 weeks figuring out how to handle the Dursleys, and he'd settled on a strategy that the old Harry would never have conceived: leverage. Aunt Marge was coming to visit. Vernon's sister, a woman who bred bulldogs and looked rather like one herself, loud and cruel and absolutely insufferable. Harry had been dreading her visits his entire life. But this time, he saw the angle. Vernon wanted Marge's visit to go smoothly. More than that, Vernon wanted something from Marge. Harry had overheard enough to piece it together. Vernon was trying to get Marge to invest in a new line of drills at Grunnings. Large sums were involved. Vernon needed Marge happy and generous, which meant Vernon needed everything perfect, which meant Vernon needed Harry invisible and compliant. Harry knocked on the living room door on August 1st, the Hogsmeade form in his hand. Uncle Vernon. I need you to sign something. Vernon looked up from the television, his face already reddening. I'm not signing anything from that. It's a permission form for weekend trips to the village near school. Completely harmless. If you sign it, I'll behave perfectly during Aunt Marge's visit. I'll stay in my room. I won't say a word about school. She won't even know I'm here. Vernon's eyes narrowed. He was a simple man in many ways, but he understood transactions. And if I don't sign it? Harry held his uncle's gaze. Something in Harry's expression must have communicated more than his words, because Vernon shifted in his chair, uncomfortable. I'll be very visible, Harry said calmly. And very honest about where I go to school. Vernon turned the color of an overripe plum. For a moment Harry thought the man would explode, literally. The vein in his temple was pulsing at an alarming rate, but then the calculation finished behind his small eyes, and the plum faded to merely purple. Fine, Vernon spat. He snatched the form, scrawled his signature without reading it, and threw it back at Harry. Now get out of my sight. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. You won't even know I'm here during Aunt Marge's visit. Harry took the signed form and left. Behind him, Vernon muttered something about ungrateful freaks, and Harry didn't care even slightly. One problem solved. The trip to Diagon Alley happened on August 5th. Harry took the night bus. He didn't know about the night bus, shouldn't have known about it, technically, but his awareness had nudged him toward the answer. Standing on Privet Drive at dusk with his wand arm extended, he'd felt the possibility of transportation, a magical thread waiting to be pulled, and when the violently purple triple-decker bus screeched into existence on the street, Harry was ready for it. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard, said the conductor, a young man with large ears and a spotty face. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this Diagon Alley, Harry said, handing over 11 sickles. Quickly, please. Stan looked at him, did a double take at the scar, opened his mouth. Please don't, Harry said. Stan closed his mouth. Harry found a seat and held on for dear life as the bus lurched into motion, careening through streets that rearranged themselves to accommodate its passage. The magic propelling the bus was wild and barely controlled, and Harry's awareness read it with a mix of fascination and alarm, spatial compression, traffic displacement charms, a modified disillusionment field that hid the bus from Muggle perception. Brilliant and terrifying in equal measure. Diagon Alley hit him like a wave. The last time he'd been here, He'd been 11 and overwhelmed and seeing magic for the first time. Now he was 13 and his awareness was wide open, and the alley was a symphony. Every shop had its own magical signature, the wand shop thrumming with potential energy, the apothecary dense with alchemical residues, flourish and blots buzzing with enchanted texts. The cobblestones beneath his feet were layered with centuries of protective wards. The air itself was thick with ambient magic, the exhaled residue of thousands of wizards passing through over hundreds of years. Harry stood in the middle of the alley and just breathed it in. Then he went to work. Gringotts first. He needed money, and his vault had been accumulating interest since his parents' deaths. The goblins were brisk and impersonal, and Harry's awareness read them as controlled, precise, dangerous. Goblin magic was fundamentally different from wizard magic, harder, more metallic, focused on material and contract and binding. The wards on Gringotts were the most formidable enchantments Harry had ever felt, layered so deep he couldn't find the bottom. He withdrew enough gold for his school supplies and extra. The pile of galleons, sickles, and nuts in his vault was substantial. His parents had left him well provided for, and Harry felt a brief, sharp pang at the thought. His parents. Who had died for him. Who he'd never known, and now never would, and no amount of magical awareness could change that. He pushed the feeling aside and moved on. Flourish and blots was his primary target. Harry spent 2 hours in the shop, moving methodically through the sections, his awareness helping him evaluate books before he even opened them. He could feel the difference between a text with genuine magical knowledge woven into its pages and a book that was merely about magic. The former had a weight, a density, that the latter lacked. He bought his school books first, the required texts for 3rd year, including the Bitey Monster Book of Monsters. Then he branched out. Practical defensive magic and its counterjinxes. His awareness flagged it as dense with useful content. The Theory of Magical Combat by Emmerich Switch. Dry but comprehensive, the kind of book Hermione would love. An intermediate guide to transfiguration. 4th year material, but Harry wanted to understand the discipline at a deeper level than classroom work provided. Secrets of the Darkest Art. He reached for this one and his awareness screamed at him, not with text, not with words, but with a visceral revulsion that made his hand snap back. The book's enchantment was actively hostile, and the knowledge inside it was tied to magic so dark Harry could feel it pulling at his scar. He left that one on the shelf and chose instead a history of dark magic in Britain, which was analytical rather than instructional and didn't make his scar throb. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. He'd read this for 1st year and ignored most of it. Time for a second pass with better eyes. And a small, battered volume he found in the back corner of the shop, wedged between 2 larger books and covered in dust. The Foundations of Wandless Magic by Thaddeus Quirk. Harry's awareness nearly vibrated when he touched it. The book was genuinely old, genuinely rare, and genuinely full of things he needed to know. The shopkeeper looked at his pile with raised eyebrows. "Bit of a reader, are you?" "Trying to be," Harry said. He carried the books out in a magically expanded bag, purchased from a shop 3 doors down, well worth the 2 galleons, and continued down the alley. The apothecary for potion supplies. Madame Malkin's for new robes. He'd grown, not much, but enough that last year's hems were wrong. An Altreat shop for Hedwig, because she deserved it. And then Harry stopped in the middle of the alley, because the pull was back. It had been there since he'd arrived, gentle and persistent, tugging at the edge of his awareness. South. Toward the far end of the alley, where the shops grew shabbier and the crowds thinned and the entrance to Nocturn Alley gaped like a wound in the street. Harry stood on the boundary between the 2 alleys and looked down into the dim, narrow passage. Nocturn Alley was infamous, a haven for dark magic, dodgy deals, and the kind of witches and wizards who preferred shadows to sunlight. Last year, Harry had stumbled into it by accident and been rescued by Hagrid. He'd been terrified. He wasn't terrified now. The pull was coming from something specific. Something down there, not far, maybe 2 or 3 shops in. His awareness reached toward it and felt potential. Not dark, not light. just powerful and waiting, and somehow connected to the system in a way that made his blood hum. Harry checked his watch. He had time. He pulled up his hood, ducked his head to hide his scar, and walked into Nocturn Alley. The atmosphere changed immediately. Diagon Alley was bright, bustling, commercial. Nocturne was its shadow, narrow, poorly lit even in daylight, the buildings leaning toward each other overhead like conspirators. The few people he passed were hooded and hurried, and the shops displayed things in their windows that ranged from unsettling to actively disturbing. A hand of glory. Shrunken heads. Something in a jar that might have been alive. His awareness was working overtime, cataloging threats and hazards. The wards here were different, not protective but concealing, designed to keep secrets rather than keep people safe. The magic in the walls was older than Diagon Alley's, darker, more complex. The pull led him to a shop halfway down the alley. No sign. No display window. Just a plain wooden door, painted black, with a brass handle shaped like a coiled serpent. Harry reached for the handle and felt the ward on the door, a simple intention detection charm, key to admit customers and reject threats. His awareness studied it for a moment, found its logic, and he opened the door with a push. The shop inside was small and crowded and smelled of old parchment and iron. Shelves lined every wall, crammed with objects that defied easy categorization, not dark artifacts exactly, but things that existed in the gray space between light and dark magic. Amulets, crystals, devices that spun or hummed or glowed faintly. A pair of glasses that Harry's awareness told him could see through minor enchantments. A ring that absorbed ambient magical energy. A cloak that wasn't quite an invisibility cloak, but managed a passable disillusionment. Behind the counter sat a woman who might have been 40 or 400. She had iron gray hair pulled back in a severe bun, dark eyes that tracked Harry's movement with a predatory alertness, and a magical signature that was dense, tightly controlled, and absolutely formidable. "Lost boy," she said. Her voice was low and dry, like leaves scraping stone. "No," Harry said. "Something in here called to me." The woman's eyebrows went up a fraction of an inch. "Called to you. I don't know how else to describe it." She studied him. Harry let her. He could feel her magic reach toward him, a delicate probe, testing, assessing. It brushed against his awareness and recoiled slightly, as if it had touched something unexpected. "Interesting," the woman said. "You're young. 13 today, actually. Happy birthday." It came out completely flat. "The thing that called you is in the back. Third shelf, left side, wooden box. You'll know it when you touch it." Harry didn't ask how she knew. He moved through the crowded shop, careful not to touch anything his awareness flagged as dangerous. Several items pulsed with hostile enchantments, and one had a curse so potent he gave it a 3-foot berth, and found the shelf she'd described. The wooden box was small, palm-sized, dark wood, no markings. Harry's awareness went haywire when he reached for it, not with warning, but with recognition. The same feeling he got when the system sent a message, that sense of connection, of something that was meant for him. He opened the box. Inside, nestled in black velvet, was a stone. Not a jewel, a stone, rough and unpolished, dark gray with veins of something that might have been silver or might have been light. It was warm to the touch, and when Harry picked it up, his awareness expanded. For a single, breathtaking second, Harry could feel everything. The shop, the alley, Diagon Alley beyond it, the thousands of magical signatures moving through the streets. He could feel Hogwarts in the distance, a vast web of power hundreds of miles north. He could feel Gringotts beneath his feet, the goblin wards humming with ancient force. He could feel the ley lines, actual ley lines, rivers of raw magic flowing through the earth beneath London, and for one instant he understood the architecture of the magical world, the way it was built on top of and threaded through the mundane one. Then the sensation collapsed back to normal, and Harry was standing in a dusty shop holding a warm stone, breathing hard. A message from the system, clear and immediate, resonance stone found. Function: amplifies magical sensitivity. Passive effect: bond to player? Y/N yes, Harry thought. The stone pulsed once, warm, and then its surface shifted, the rough gray smoothing, the silver veins brightening, the whole thing shrinking slightly until it was the size of a large marble. The warmth sank into Harry's palm, and he felt the stone's magic integrate with his own awareness, a subtle but permanent enhancement. His sensitivity sharpened by a small but noticeable degree, as if someone had adjusted the focus on a pair of binoculars. He put the stone in his pocket. The woman was watching him when he came back to the counter. Her expression was unreadable, but her magic had a new quality, a cautiousness that hadn't been there before. "What do I owe you?" Harry asked. "That depends. What did it do when you touched it?" Harry hesitated. "Then, it showed me things. For a second. Then it bonded to me." The woman's eyes narrowed. "Bonded? I don't think you could sell it to anyone else now even if you wanted to." A pause. Something that might have been respect flickered across the woman's face. 15 galleons, she said. "And a piece of advice, free of charge." Harry counted out the gold. "What's the advice?" "Whatever you're becoming, boy, become it faster. The world won't wait for you to be ready." Harry looked at her. She looked back, steady and unsentimental, and he felt the truth of her words land in his chest like a stone dropping into water. "Thank you," he said, and left. The rest of August burned away like parchment in a fire. Harry trained harder. The resonance stone's passive enhancement made his awareness sharper, his wandless practice more precise, and his ability to sense and understand magic more nuanced. He could now differentiate between types of magic, charms, transfiguration, dark magic, ancient magic, by their texture in his perception. Each had a distinct quality. Charms were light and layered, transfiguration was fluid and shifting, dark magic was heavy and adhesive, ancient magic was deep and resonant like a bass note. He devoured his new books. The Foundations of Wandless Magic was a revelation. Quirk described wandless magic not as an alternative to wand magic, but as its foundation, the raw capability that wands refined and amplified. Every witch and wizard used wandless magic as children. Wand training replaced it rather than building on it, which Quirk argued was a fundamental flaw in magical education. The practical sections were sparse but invaluable. Exercises for building wandless control. Techniques for shaping intent without incantation. Methods for drawing on ambient magical energy to supplement one's own core. Harry practiced all of them, nightly, and his progress accelerated. Practical defensive magic gave him theoretical grounding in combat spells, shield charms, stunners, disarming charms, and their counters. He couldn't practice them with his wand, the trace, but he could study the theory, visualize the wand movements, and practice the intent. When he got back to Hogwarts and could actually cast, he'd be miles ahead. The theory of magical combat was drier but more strategic. It discussed positioning, magical reserves, the psychology of dueling. Harry absorbed it like a sponge and started applying its principles to his mental models of every conflict he'd been in. The troll, Quirrell, the chamber. Each one, in retrospect, was a case study in what he'd done wrong and how he'd survived anyway through luck and help. Luck ran out. Help wasn't always there. He needed to be better. Aunt Marge arrived on August 7th, and Harry kept his word. He was invisible. He stayed in his room, came down only for meals, said nothing at the table while Marge held court with her terrible opinions about delinquents and bad blood and the proper way to discipline problem children. Her bulldog, Ripper, growled at Harry every time he passed. Marge drank brandy and grew louder and meaner with each glass. On the third night, Marge turned her attention to Harry's parents. "Drunk, wasn't he?" Marge said, waving her glass. "Your father." "That's what I heard. Unemployed layabout, driving drunk, crashed the car, killed himself and his wife. Bad blood, Vernon. I've always said it." Harry's hands went still beneath the table. The fork in his right hand bent. Not from physical strength, his magic surged involuntarily, raw emotion spiking through his control, and the metal twisted in his grip. The old Harry would have exploded, would have lost control, blown Marge up like a balloon, fled into the night in a panic. He could feel the pressure building rage, pure and incandescent, the defense of dead parents who couldn't defend themselves. But Harry breathed. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The way he'd trained himself over 60 days of practice and discipline. He let the rage exist without letting it control him. He felt his magic thrashing against his control like a wild animal, and he held it, firmly, the way you'd hold a thrashing dog's collar, not fighting it, just containing it until it calmed. The glass in Marge's hand cracked. Just a hairline fracture, tiny, and a drop of brandy leaked from the crack and ran down her fat fingers. Nobody noticed. Harry straightened the fork with his thumb and kept eating. "The boy's quiet tonight," Marge observed suspiciously. "Usually I can get a rise out of him." "He's been better behaved this summer," Vernon said, with a tone of grudging surprise. "Discipline," Marge declared. "Finally. You see, Vernon? A firm hand. That's all these problem types need." Harry said nothing. He finished his meal, excused himself politely, and went upstairs. He closed his door, sat on his bed, and shook for 10 minutes straight, not with anger, but with the effort of containment. His magic had almost broken free. In a mundane household, with the Trace watching, in front of his aunt and uncle and a woman who thought his parents were worthless drunks. Control. He needed more control. Always more. But beneath the need for control, a quieter realization. He'd felt the rage, fully and honestly, and he'd chosen not to act on it. That was new. The old Harry reacted to Dudley's bullying, to Malfoy's taunts, to Snape's cruelty. This Harry had watched Marge insult his dead parents and had made a deliberate, strategic decision to endure it. Was that growth, or was it something worse? Was he becoming stronger, or just colder? Harry didn't have an answer. He opened the Foundations of Wandless Magic to Chapter 7 and kept reading. 3 days before the end of summer, Harry sat on a park bench in Little Whinging and took stock. The physical training had done its job. He wasn't strong, wouldn't be, not at 13, not with his frame and history, but he was fit. He could run 3 miles without stopping, do 40 push-ups, hold a plank for 2 minutes. His reflexes were sharper. His balance was better. He moved differently, more deliberately, more aware of his body and space. The wandless magic was basic but real. He could move small objects, create a faint light without his wand, not lumos exactly, more of a pale glow that emanated from his palm, and sense magic in his environment with a precision that continued to improve. The resonant stone had accelerated his sensitivity significantly, and he could now read magical signatures at a distance, feeling the faint magical residue of a wizard who'd operate on this street corner an hour ago. Or the ambient hum of a protective ward 3 houses down. Mrs. Figg's house, it turned out, was warded, which raised questions about Mrs. Figg that Harry filed away for later investigation. His magical core had grown. Not dramatically, he wasn't going to overpower Dumbledore anytime soon, but it was noticeably larger and denser than it had been in June. 2 months of consistent practice, of pushing against his limits every single day, had done more for his magical development than 2 years of schoolwork. And the system was still there. Still quiet, still sparse, still offering nothing in the way of explanation or guidance beyond the occasional terse message. Harry had tried dozens of times to engage it in conversation, to ask questions, to understand its nature. It never responded to direct queries. It communicated when it chose to, and what it chose was always brief and always relevant. The most recent message had come 3 days ago. Year 3 approaches. Threats detected, multiple. Allies detected, new. A prisoner escapes. A secret moves. A teacher hides. Pay attention. Cryptic. Maddeningly cryptic. But Harry had learned to parse the system's language, and the message told him 3 things. Danger was coming. When wasn't it? There would be a new ally, Lupin? Someone else, and 3 specific things to watch for: a prisoner, a secret, and a teacher with something to hide. The prisoner was easy, Sirius Black. The name had been all over the Muggle news for weeks now, an escaped convict, considered armed and extremely dangerous, last seen somewhere in the north. The newsreaders couldn't explain what kind of prison he'd escaped from, which meant it was a magical prison, which meant Azkaban. Harry knew nothing about Sirius Black beyond the news coverage. But the system flagged him as relevant, and that was enough to put him at the top of Harry's research list. The teacher hiding something could be the new defense against the dark arts professor. The position turned over every year, cursed or not, and whoever held it invariably turned out to be dangerous, deceptive, or both. Quirrell had been hiding Voldemort on the back of his head. Lockhart had been a fraud. What would year 3 bring? The moving secret, Harry had no idea. But he'd watch for it. He stood up from the bench, stretched, and walked home. The Dursleys' house squatted on its square of lawn, identical to every other house on the street, and Harry looked at it with a detachment that still surprised him. This had been his prison for 12 years. Now it was just a place he slept. 2 days left. Then the night bus to London, then the Hogwarts Express, then the castle. Back to magic and friends and the world he actually belonged to. Harry went inside, stepped over Dudley's latest pile of discarded sweet wrappers, and climbed the stairs to his room. He had packing to do. And one more night of training. The last night at Privet Drive was warm and still, and Harry sat on his bed surrounded by everything he owned and took a final inventory. His trunk was packed, robes, books, both required and extra, potion supplies, the broomstick servicing kit from Hermione, the sneakoscope from Ron. The resonance stone sat in his pocket, warm and steady. His wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, rested on his pillow, and when he picked it up, the connection between wand and wizard sang through his awareness like a plucked guitar string. He'd missed his wand. The wandless practice had been necessary and valuable, but holding his wand was like putting on glasses after months of squinting. The magic flowed easier, cleaner, more focused. The wand amplified intent into action with an efficiency that wandless magic couldn't match. But wandless magic didn't need a wand. That was the point. If he was disarmed, bound, trapped, he still had options. The wand was the primary tool. The wandless ability was the backup. And the backup was the thing that would save him when everything else failed. Harry tucked the wand into his sleeve, a new habit, keeping it accessible rather than stowed, and closed his trunk. One last check-in word. His core, bright, steady, larger than it had been. His body, tired but capable, carrying 2 months of work in its muscles and joints. His mind, sharp, organized, carrying knowledge and strategy and a growing understanding of the magical world that went far deeper than textbooks. And the system. Present, watching, waiting. 90 days complete, it said. Evaluation. Satisfactory. Year 3 begins tomorrow. The game continues. Remember, growth comes from challenge. Seek challenge or challenge will seek you. Harry read the message twice, let it sink in, and reached up to turn off the light. In the darkness, alone in the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, Harry Potter allowed himself one moment of pure, honest emotion. He thought about his parents, dead before he'd known them. He thought about Ginny, pale and nearly gone on the chamber floor. He thought about the void, the absolute, total darkness where he'd floated without fear and read the words that changed everything. He thought about what he'd been 90 days ago, a 12-year-old boy who'd stumbled through 2 years of magical education, surviving on luck and courage and the help of friends who deserved better than his secrets. He thought about what he was now, still a boy, still young, still small, still scarred but awake. Aware. Working. Choosing his path instead of stumbling down it. Tomorrow the Hogwarts Express. Tomorrow his friends and his school and a new year full of threats he couldn't yet see and allies he hadn't yet met. Tomorrow the game would begin in earnest, and Harry would face it with everything he'd built in these 90 days. It wasn't enough. He knew that. 3 months of training couldn't bridge the gap between a third-year student and the forces arrayed against him, Voldemort somewhere in the shadows, Death Eaters like Lucius Malfoy operating in plain sight, an escaped prisoner whose connection to Harry remained unknown. But it was a start. And Harry had learned something about starts this summer. learned it in the pre-dawn streets of Little Whinging, in the ache of muscles pushed past their limits, in the quiet satisfaction of a feather lifted without a wand. You didn't need to be ready. You just needed to begin. He closed his eyes and slept and dreamed of nothing at all. Morning came fast. Harry was up before Petunia's knock, dressed and packed and moving before the house stirred. He left his room clean, bed made, shelves dusted, window closed. Not out of affection for the Dursleys. Out of habit and a vague sense of closing a chapter. Where do you think you're going? Vernon demanded from the kitchen doorway as Harry hauled his trunk down the stairs. School starts tomorrow. I'm catching the train. Good riddance. And you can tell those people that if they send any more letters by I'll goodbye, Uncle Vernon. Harry opened the front door, dragged his trunk onto the step, and stuck out his wand arm. The night bus arrived with a bang and a screech, and Stan Shunpike grinned down at him from the platform. Diagon Alley again? King's Cross Station. Tomorrow morning. But I need a room at the leaky cauldron for tonight. Right you are. Climb aboard. Harry climbed aboard. The bus lurched into motion, and Little Whinging fell away behind him, the neat houses, the clipped hedges, the suffocating ordinariness of it all. He didn't look back. The leaky cauldron was dark and warm and smelled of pipe smoke and butterbeer, and Tom the barman gave Harry a room without fuss. Harry dropped his trunk, checked his watch, and went out into Diagon Alley for one last errand. He needed to see Gringotts again. Not for money this time, for information. The goblins knew things about old magical families, about vaults and inheritances, and the kind of financial maneuvering that pure-blood families like the Malfoys used to maintain their power. Harry didn't expect the goblins to share freely, but he wanted to understand the landscape. Knowledge was currency, and he was investing. The goblin at the desk, Griphook, Harry thought, the same one who'd led him to his vault 2 years ago, looked at him with an expression that might have been recognition. Mr. Potter. Key? I'd like to inquire about my account, Harry said. Not a withdrawal. I want to understand the details. What interest has accumulated, what the vault contains beyond currency, whether there are any other accounts or properties associated with the Potter name. Griphook's eyebrows rose. Not much, goblins had excellent poker faces, but enough. That information is available upon request. There is a consultation fee of 5 galleons. Agreed. Griphook led him to a small office off the main hall. The room was stark, stone walls, a stone desk, 2 chairs, and warded so heavily that Harry's awareness nearly overloaded trying to parse all the layers. Privacy wards, anti-eavesdropping charms, truth enforcement enchantments on the desk itself. Griphook opened a ledger that appeared from nowhere and began to speak. What Harry learned made him sit very still for several minutes. The Potter Vault, Vault 687, was a trust vault. Set up for Harry's education, funded from the main Potter estate. The main vault, Vault 712, was sealed until Harry came of age at 17, and it contained considerably more than his trust fund. How much more, Griphook wouldn't specify. But the way the goblin's lips twitched when Harry asked suggested the answer was significantly. There was also property. A cottage in Godric's Hollow, destroyed, uninhabitable, magically preserved as a memorial. A small house in London rented, income flowing into the main vault. And a parcel of land in the Scottish Highlands, whose purpose and contents Griphook declined to elaborate on. One more question, Harry said. The diary that was placed in Ginny Weasley's cauldron last year, the dark artifact. Do the goblins have any interest in knowing who created it? Griphook's expression sharpened. The goblins have an interest in any artifact that represents a breach of magical law, Mr. Potter. Particularly one that endangered the security of our client's children. It was created by Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, and it was placed in the Weasley girls' cauldron by Lucius Malfoy. The silence in the room was absolute. Griphook's dark eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that would have been frightening if Harry hadn't been through worse. That is a serious accusation, Mr. Potter. It's a true one. I can't prove it yet. But I wanted you to know, because the Malfoys bank with Gringotts, and if Lucius Malfoy is storing other artifacts like that diary in his vault. Harry let the sentence hang. Griphook was quiet for a long time. Then, very carefully, he said, "The goblins do not interfere in wizard politics. But we protect our own interests. And dark artifacts that endanger our operations are of concern." "I understand. Thank you for your time, Mr. Potter." Harry stood. "Thank you for the information." He left Gringotts with his mind buzzing. He hadn't expected to plant that particular seed today, but the opportunity had been there and he'd taken it. Lucius Malfoy had enemies, everyone with power did, and the goblins were not enemies he wanted. If they investigated his vault and found more dark artifacts. Strategy. The art of war. Attack where your enemy is unprepared. Appear where you are not expected. Harry was 13 years old, and he was playing a game whose rules he still didn't fully understand, but he was learning. Every day, he was learning. That night, in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry opened his trunk and took out the blank journal he'd found in the small hidden room downstairs. He discovered it on his first visit, back in August, a door behind the stairs that his awareness had flagged, visible only to him, opening onto a room barely larger than a closet. Inside, on a bare shelf, a leather-bound journal with no title and no author. When Harry had touched it, the system had spoken. Player's log. Records progress. Write, and it will remember. He'd taken it and written in it every night since. Not a diary, he had no desire to write in anything that resembled Tom Riddle's diary, but a record. Observations, plans, questions. The journal absorbed his writing and organized it, presenting back to him a clean, structured account of his summer, physical training logs, wandless magic progress, book notes, strategic observations. Tonight he wrote, August 31st. Last night before Hogwarts. 90 days complete. Physical, can run 3 miles, 40 push-ups, bodyweight exercises adequate. Still undersized but functional. Must continue. Magical core, noticeably stronger. Estimate 30 to 40% growth over summer. Wandless capability at basic level, object manipulation, light generation, magical sensing. Need to test limits at Hogwarts where trace monitoring is masked by ambient magic. Knowledge, defensive magic theory, strong, combat strategy, moderate, wandless theory, developing, Hogwarts history and enchantments, expanding, political landscape, basic but growing. Key intelligence. Sirius Black, escaped Azkaban. Connected to me somehow, system flagged. Unknown threat level. Research required. Lucius Malfoy, planted the diary. Goblin seed planted. Long game. New data, professor unknown. System says a teacher hides. Watch carefully. Open questions. What is the system? Who chose me? Why? What happens if I die again? What's the cost? What was the diary really? Why did it feel like my scar? What is Dumbledore planning, and where do I fit in his plans? Tomorrow. Year 3. The game begins. Harry closed the journal. The writing faded into the pages, absorbed and recorded and waiting. He got into bed. The sounds of the leaky cauldron filtered through the floor, laughter, clinking glasses, the murmur of conversation. The ambient magic of the pub surrounded him like a warm blanket, and for the first time in months Harry felt something that might have been peace. He'd done what he could with the time he'd had. It wasn't enough. The system had said satisfactory, not excellent, but it was real and it was his and no one could take it from him. Tomorrow, the train. Tomorrow, Ron and Hermione. Tomorrow, Hogwarts. Whatever was coming, Harry would face it with open eyes. He reached up and touched the scar on his forehead. It was quiet tonight, no pain, no prickling, no sense of the distant malevolence that sometimes seemed to press against it from the other side. Just a scar. Just a mark. Just the shape of a lightning bolt on a boy who had died and come back and was still, against all probability, here. Harry slept. Chapter 3. Third year begins. The Hogwarts Express was late. Not by much, 7 minutes, according to the great clock above platform 9 3/4, but enough to make the crowd restless. Witches and wizards jostled on the platform with their children, trunks towering on trolleys, owls hooting indignantly in their cages, and the September air carried that particular electricity of a school year about to begin. Harry stood near a pillar with his trunk at his feet and Hedwig perched on his shoulder and watched the crowd with new eyes. Every person on this platform was a magical signature. Some burned bright, adults in their prime, wands holstered, magic settled and strong. Others flickered, children, first years mostly, their cores undeveloped and volatile, magic leaking from them in unconscious bursts that made the air around them shimmer faintly. Harry's awareness cataloged them automatically, sorting and filing, and he let it work while he scanned the crowd for familiar faces. He found the Weasleys first. They came through the barrier in their usual chaos, Molly leading the charge, Arthur behind her levitating 3 trunks simultaneously. His magic was surprisingly deft for a man the wizarding world considered eccentric and harmless. Then the cascade of red hair, Percy first, stiff-backed and polished, the head boy badge gleaming on his chest like a small sun. Then the twins, Fred and George, grinning and already plotting something. Then Ron, tall and gangly and sunburned from Egypt, craning his neck over the crowd. And Ginny, small and quiet, walking close to her mother, her eyes scanning the platform with an alertness that hadn't been there before last year. She looked better than she had on the train home. There was color in her cheeks and her eyes were clear, but she moved like someone who expected the ground to shift beneath her feet. Watchful. Careful. Harry knew the feeling. Ron spotted him, and his face split into a grin that could have powered a Lumos charm. Harry. Over here. Harry grabbed his trunk and wove through the crowd. Ron met him halfway, clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him, and launched immediately into a breathless account of Egypt that he'd apparently been saving for an in-person audience. And the tombs, Harry, you should have seen the tombs. Bill took us into one that the Muggles don't even know about, full of mutant skeletons, and there was this curse-breaker thing where he had to, Ron. Harry was grinning. He couldn't help it. After 90 days of the Dursleys, of silence and solitary training and carefully measured progress, Ron Weasley's unfiltered enthusiasm was like stepping into sunlight. Breathe. Right. Yeah, breathing. Ron took a theatrical breath. You look different. Do I? Yeah, you're, I dunno, less. Ron waved vaguely at Harry's general person. Less small. Did you actually eat this summer? Occasionally. Revolutionary. Hey, Mum wants to say hello. Molly Weasley pulled Harry into a hug that compressed his lungs and lifted him slightly off the ground. Her magic was warm and fierce, like Ron's but deeper, older, shot through with a protective intensity that Harry's awareness identified as something close to a ward, not a spell, exactly. But a mother's love so powerful it had taken on a quasi-magical quality. Harry, dear, how are you? You do look better. Have you been sleeping? Are you eating enough? I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley. Really? We tried to have you for the end of summer, but Dumbledore said it was better if you stayed at your aunt's. Some kind of protection, apparently. Molly's mouth thinned. I don't agree with it, but there it is. Protection. Harry filed that away. Dumbledore wanted him at the Dursleys, not because he'd forgotten about Harry, but because there was something at Privet Drive that protected him. Blood wards, maybe. Something tied to his mother's sacrifice. Something worth investigating further. Harry. Ginny appeared at her mother's elbow, flushed slightly, and met his eyes with visible effort. Hi. Hi, Ginny. How was your summer? Better. One word, but she meant it. Harry's awareness read her magical signature, still recovering, thinner than it should have been for a girl her age, but growing. The healer was helping. Time was helping. Good, Harry said. That's really good. They held eye contact for a moment, and something passed between them, not romantic, not yet, maybe not ever, but a recognition. We survived the same thing. Ginny nodded once, almost imperceptibly, and turned away to help her mother with the trunks. Arthur Weasley shook Harry's hand with both of his. Harry. A word. They stepped aside, away from the crowd. Arthur's face had lost its usual cheerful vagueness. He looked serious, even worried. I need to tell you something, and I need you to not react publicly. Can you do that? Yes, sir. Arthur studied him, then seemed satisfied with whatever he found. Sirius Black. The man who escaped from Azkaban. The Ministry believes he's coming after you. Harry let that land. He'd expected something like this, the system's warning about a prisoner, Black's escape dominating the news, but hearing it confirmed still sent a cold finger down his spine. Why? Harry asked. Black is a supporter of you-know-who. One of his inner circle, supposedly. He was imprisoned for the murder of 13 people, 12 of them muggles, with a single curse. And there are those who believe. Arthur hesitated. Who believe he betrayed your parents? That he was their secret keeper and gave their location to you-know-who. The platform noise faded. Harry's awareness, which had been humming along in background mode, surged to full alert. A prisoner escapes. The system had flagged Black not just as a threat but as something relevant, connected to Harry in a way that warranted attention. And now Arthur was telling him Black had betrayed his parents. Harry's hands didn't shake. His face didn't change. He'd spent 90 days learning control, and it held. Thank you for telling me, Mr. Weasley. Arthur blinked, clearly expecting a bigger reaction. Harry, this is serious. The man is extremely dangerous. Promise me you won't go looking for him. I promise I won't go looking for trouble, Harry said, which was technically true and absolutely not the same thing Arthur had asked for. Arthur accepted it with a nod and a worried squeeze of Harry's shoulder, and they returned to the group. The train was boarding now, and the platform had turned into an organized stampede. Harry helped Ron load their trunks, said goodbye to Molly, another bone-crushing hug, and climbed aboard. The corridors were packed with students, a river of black robes and excited chatter, and Harry's awareness was almost overwhelmed by the density of magical signatures crammed into such a small space. They found a compartment near the back. It wasn't empty. A man was sleeping in the corner seat, slumped against the window, wrapped in a shabby cloak that had been patched so many times it was more patch than original fabric. He was thin, gray-faced, and looked older than he probably was, the kind of exhaustion that went deeper than missed sleep. Harry's awareness reached for him instinctively and recoiled. Not from hostility. Not from danger. From complexity. The man's magical signature was unlike anything Harry had encountered. It was layered human magic, recognizable and warm, but underneath it, woven into its foundations, was something else. Something wild and ancient and barely contained, like a wolf pacing behind a thin wall. Two natures, coexisting in the same body, straining against each other with every breath. Who'd you reckon that is? Ron whispered, dropping into the seat opposite. Harry looked at the name printed on the battered case stowed above the sleeping man's head. Professor R.J. Lupin. He's a professor? Looks like it. Defense against the dark arts, probably. The system says a teacher hides, Harry thought, studying Lupin's sleeping face. Was this the teacher? What was that second nature coiled inside him? The door slid open and Hermione appeared, slightly breathless, her hair even bigger than usual and her arms full of books. There you are. I've been looking everywhere, oh. She stopped, staring at Harry. Harry. Hermione. You look. She narrowed her eyes, the analytical gaze that meant she was cataloging details. Different. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true. She sat down next to Ron, still studying Harry with an intensity that made his awareness prickle. You've been exercising. A bit. More than a bit. Your posture's changed, your shoulders are broader, and you're sitting differently, more balanced, like you're ready to move quickly. What have you been doing all summer? Ron stared at Hermione. Bloody hell. Do you just notice everything? Yes, Hermione said, without a trace of irony. Her gaze hadn't left Harry. Harry met her eyes steadily. I decided to take things more seriously this year. After the chamber, after everything, I figured I should be better prepared. That's surprisingly sensible. You sound shocked. I am a little. But she was smiling, warm and genuine, and Harry smiled back, and for a moment everything was just normal. Friends on a train, heading to school, glad to see each other. The moment lasted until the train started moving and Hermione said, very casually, so who's the man sleeping in the corner? New defense professor, Ron said. Professor Lupin. Hermione immediately looked interested. I wonder what his specialty is. After Quirrell and Lockhart, the bar is essentially underground. Lockhart set the bar on fire and then fell into the hole, Ron said. They settled in. Ron told the rest of his Egypt stories, the Cursebreaker tombs, the mummy that had tried to grab Ginny, Percy's insufferable head boy behavior. Hermione talked about France, about the magical quarter of Paris, about the books she'd read, 7, for pleasure, on top of all the schoolwork. Harry listened and laughed and contributed where he could, and it was good. It was genuinely good to be back with his friends, to feel the easy rhythm of conversation that he'd missed more than he'd realized. But part of him was watching. Always watching now. His awareness tracked the magical signatures passing in the corridor outside, felt the enchantments on the train itself, complex and layered, a combination of speed charms, cushioning charms, and a spatial expansion that made the interior considerably larger than the exterior, and kept returning to the sleeping man in the corner, the wolf beneath the skin, the teacher who hid. They were somewhere in the north of England, rain streaking the windows, when the train began to slow. Harry felt it before anyone else. Not the deceleration, everyone felt that, but the reason for it. The temperature was dropping, not gradually but in a plunge, as if someone had opened a door into winter. The rain on the windows turned to ice. The lights flickered, buzzed, and died. And at the edge of his awareness, approaching the train from the north, Harry felt something that made every instinct he developed over 90 days scream at him to run. Cold. Not physical cold, metaphysical cold. A void of warmth and hope and light. An absence so profound it had weight and mass and hunger. Whatever was approaching fed on positive emotion the way a fire fed on oxygen, and it was starving. What's happening? Hermione said, her voice tight. Why are we stopping? Something's coming, Harry said. He was on his feet before he decided to stand, his hand on his wand, his awareness stretched to its limit. The cold was getting closer. Multiple sources, not one presence but many, a pack of voids descending on the train like wolves on a wounded animal. The sleeping man in the corner stirred. Everyone stay calm, said Professor Lupin, and his voice was hoarse and quiet, but carried an authority that cut through the rising panic. He was awake and on his feet in a single motion, his wand already in his hand, and the wolf nature inside him was awake too. Harry could feel it, coiled and bristling, responding to the approaching threat with an aggression that was almost feral. The door of their compartment slid open. Harry had never seen a Dementor before, but his awareness had been screaming their nature at him for 30 seconds, and the reality was somehow worse than the sensing. It was tall, taller than a man, wrapped in a cloak of darkness that seemed to drink the light, and where its face should have been there was nothing, a void, a hole in the shape of hunger. Its presence hit Harry like a wall of ice water, and the cold reached inside him, past his skin, past his muscles, past his bones, straight into the place where his warmth lived. And it found his worst memory. The chamber. The venom. The moment his heart stopped. The absolute, total darkness of the void, and the floating and the nothing, and Harry's knees buckled. The cold was in him now, invasive and total, and the Dementor was pulling, drawing out the memory of death like venom from a wound, and Harry couldn't breathe, couldn't think, none of us is hiding serious black under our cloaks. Go. Lupin's voice, from very far away. And then light, silvery white, warm, blinding, and the cold retreated, inch by inch, and Harry was on the floor of the compartment with his cheek against the carpet and his body shaking, and the memory of his own death echoing in his skull like a bell. He heard voices. Hermione, frightened. Harry, are you all right? Ron, angry and scared. What the bloody hell was that thing? Lupin, calm and controlled. It was a Dementor, one of the guards of Azkaban. Harry pushed himself upright. His hands were trembling. His awareness was scrambled, the Dementor's presence having disrupted it like a stone dropped into still water, and it took several seconds for the ripples to settle. Lupin was holding out something, a large chunk of chocolate, broken from a bar he'd produced from his cloak. Eat this, he said. It'll help. Harry took the chocolate and bit into it. Warmth flooded through him immediately, not just physical warmth, but magical warmth, the chocolate carrying some restorative property that his awareness recognized as a minor counter to dementor exposure. Not a cure, but a treatment. Why did it affect him more than the rest of us? Hermione asked. She was pale but composed, her arm around Neville Longbottom, who had apparently stumbled into their compartment during the chaos and was now sitting on the floor looking like he'd seen his own funeral. Dementors feed on happiness, Lupin said. He was watching Harry with an expression that was difficult to read. Concern, yes, but also something sharper. Recognition, maybe. They draw out your worst memories, your deepest fears. Some people have more for them to work with. Harry met Lupin's eyes. Through his still settling awareness, he could feel the professor's magic, the human layer, warm and intelligent, and the wild layer beneath it, still bristling, still alert. Whatever Lupin was, the Dementor had wanted no part of the thing living inside him. "I'm fine," Harry said. His voice was steadier than he felt. "How many of them are there?" Lupin's eyebrows went up slightly. Most students, having just collapsed from their first Dementor encounter, did not immediately start gathering tactical information. "I'm not certain. Several, at least. They're stationed around Hogwarts this year, by order of the Ministry. Searching for Sirius Black." "Around the school?" Ron said incredulously. "They're putting those things near children?" "The Ministry considers Black a sufficient threat to warrant the measure." Lupin's tone was carefully neutral, but his magic flickered with something that tasted like anger. "I expect Professor Dumbledore will have strong words about the train search." This was not sanctioned. The train lurched back into motion. The lights flickered on. The cold retreated further, becoming a background ache rather than a consuming presence, and Harry's awareness gradually normalized. He sat in his seat and thought. The Dementor had hit him harder than anyone else. That made sense. His worst memory was literally dying, which was about as bad as memories got. But the experience had also been informative. In the seconds before he'd collapsed, his awareness had been reading the Dementor's magic, analyzing its nature, and he'd learned things. Dementors were not creatures in the normal sense. They were manifestations, magical constructs that existed at the intersection of dark magic and emotional energy. They fed on positive emotions and excreted despair, a metabolic process as simple and ruthless as a parasite's. They could be repelled by the Patronus charm, Lupin's silver light, which worked by projecting a concentrated burst of positive energy that Dementors couldn't digest. And they were afraid of something. Harry had felt it, just barely, in the instant before Lupin's Patronus drove the Dementor back. The creature had been feeding on Harry's death memory, pulling it out of him, and it had encountered something. Some quality or signature in Harry's magic that had made the Dementor flinch. Not enough to stop its feeding, but enough to register. The system? The player's magic, the resurrection, the thing that had brought him back from the void? Harry didn't know. But he filed it away and started thinking about the Patronus charm. Hogwarts rose from the Scottish evening like a promise kept. Harry felt the castle before he saw it, a vast, intricate web of magical energy, old and deep and powerful, filling his awareness like a symphony filling a concert hall. Every tower, every corridor, every stone was saturated with 1,000 years of accumulated enchantment, and the protective wards that surrounded the grounds were layered so densely that even Harry's enhanced sensitivity couldn't count them all. And at the edges of those wards, cold and patient, the Dementors. Dozens of them, stationed around the perimeter like sentinels, their void presence pressing against the castle's warmth. The carriages pulled up to the entrance hall. Harry climbed out and paused on the stone steps, letting Hogwarts wash over him. 2 years he'd been coming here, and he'd never truly appreciated what the castle was. Not a building. A working. 1,000-year collaborative enchantment, contributed to by every headmaster and professor who'd ever lived within its walls, a living monument to magical achievement that was still growing, still evolving, still alive. "You're doing the staring thing again," Ron said from behind him. "Sorry. Just appreciating the view." "It's a castle, Harry." "Same one as last year." "Yeah," Harry said. "Same one." But it wasn't, because he wasn't, and everything looked different when you could see what was underneath. The Great Hall was warm and golden and packed with students, and the sorting ceremony proceeded with its usual mix of ceremony and chaos. Harry watched the first years stumble to the stool with their terrified faces and remembered being 11 and bewildered and having no idea what was coming. 2 years ago. A lifetime ago. The new students were sorted. Gryffindor gained a decent batch. The food appeared: roast beef and Yorkshire pudding and potatoes and gravy and all the things Harry had missed desperately at the Dursleys, and for a while he just ate, letting the warmth and noise and company fill the hollow places that 90 days of solitude had carved. Dumbledore stood to speak after the feast, and the hall went quiet. Harry's awareness focused on the headmaster automatically, reading the man's magic, that enormous, controlled, golden presence, and finding new layers. Dumbledore was worried. It was buried deep, masked by the twinkling eyes and the grandfatherly manner, but it was there, a tension in his magical signature, a tightness that hadn't been present at the end of last year. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying easily without amplification. "I have a few announcements. First, I am pleased to welcome 2 new members of staff. Professor Lupin has kindly agreed to fill the post of defense against the dark arts teacher." Scattered applause, notably unenthusiastic from the Slytherin table. Harry clapped genuinely. Whatever Lupin was hiding, the man had driven off a Dementor with casual confidence, which put him miles ahead of his predecessors. Additionally, our own Rubeus Hagrid has agreed to take on the post of care of magical creatures, in addition to his gamekeeping duties. The Gryffindor table exploded. Harry, Ron, and Hermione led the ovation, and Hagrid turned the color of a tomato and nearly knocked over his water goblet. Dumbledore waited for the noise to subside. When he spoke again, his tone was different, grave, measured, the headmaster rather than the grandfather. On a more serious note, as you will all be aware, Hogwarts is presently host to a number of Dementors of Azkaban, stationed here on Ministry of Magic business. They are posted at every entrance to the grounds, and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks. His eyes found Harry's across the crowded hall, and in that microsecond of contact Harry felt Dumbledore's attention like a searchlight. The old man knew about the cloak. Knew Harry had it, knew he used it. The look was a warning, layered and specific. "Don't test these creatures, Harry." Harry held the gaze and gave a tiny nod, and something in Dumbledore's expression shifted, the worry deepening, a new note of uncertainty entering the mix. The headmaster was looking at Harry the way you'd look at a familiar landscape that had subtly but fundamentally changed, and not being sure what had changed or why. The feast ended. Students streamed toward their dormitories, and Harry climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower with the taste of treacle tart in his mouth and the hum of Hogwarts magic in his awareness, and the distant cold of Dementors pressing against the castle's wards like the memory of a bad dream. He settled into his 4-poster bed in the 3rd-year dormitory, pulled the curtains shut, and lay in the dark, listening to Ron's breathing slow into sleep on one side and Neville's gentle snoring on the other. The resonant stone was warm in his pocket. His wand was under his pillow. His awareness was extended, gently, feeling the castle's nighttime rhythms, the patrols of teachers, the settling of students, the slow pulse of magic in the walls. And far below, deep under the castle, near where the Chamber of Secrets lay, a pull. Faint but persistent, the same pull that had drawn him to the resonant stone in Nocturn Alley. Something down there. Something left behind. The system stirred. Quest detected. The chamber holds secrets not yet claimed. Seek them when ready. Harry stared at the canopy of his bed and thought about going down to the chamber. Right now, tonight, while everyone slept. No, not yet. He had a school year to navigate, a prisoner to research, a werewolf professor to understand, and Dementors to learn to fight. The chamber would wait. Whatever was down there had been waiting for 1,000 years. It could wait a few more weeks. Patience. Strategy. The long game. Harry closed his eyes and slept. The first week of 3rd year was a masterclass in contrast. Everything was the same: the castle, the classes, the rhythms of school life that Harry had known for 2 years. And everything was different because Harry was different and because the world revealed itself differently to someone who could feel its bones. Transfiguration with McGonagall was a revelation. Harry had always been decent at transfiguration, not Hermione level, but competent, but now, with his awareness active, he could see what McGonagall was doing when she demonstrated spells. Not just the wand movement and the incantation, but the underlying magical mechanics, the way she reached into the fabric of reality and convinced matter to change its nature. Transfiguration wasn't force, it was persuasion. You had to understand what the thing was before you could change what it became. His first attempt at the term's opening exercise, turning a teapot into a tortoise, produced a tortoise so perfect that McGonagall actually paused mid-circuit of the classroom and stared at it. "Well done, Potter," she said, and the surprise in her voice was so naked that several students turned to look. "That is exceptional work." "Thank you, Professor." Hermione, at the next desk, looked at Harry's tortoise, then at her own, which was very good, nearly perfect, but had a slightly geometric quality that betrayed the original teapot's shape, and then at Harry. Her eyes narrowed fractionally. Charms was similar. Flitwick had them reviewing cheering charms, and Harry's enhanced sensitivity to magical mechanics let him calibrate the spell with a precision that drew the tiny professor's enthusiastic praise. "Wonderful, Mr. Potter. Wonderful. That's NEWT level control on a third-year charm." Harry dialed it back after that. Being good was fine. Being suspiciously good was dangerous. He needed to improve at a rate that was notable but explainable. Natural talent plus hard work, nothing that would trigger serious investigation. He deliberately fumbled his next cheering charm, overcasting it slightly so that Ron, his target, spent 20 minutes laughing uncontrollably. It was the kind of mistake a talented but inexperienced student would make, and it smoothed the edges of Flitwick's surprise. Hermione noticed. Of course she noticed. She didn't say anything, but she wrote something in her notebook, and Harry's awareness registered the scratch of her quill and the focused quality of her attention and knew that he was being studied. Potions remained horrible, but for different reasons than before. Snape swept into the dungeon classroom with his robes billowing and his expression set to maximum contempt, and Harry's awareness read the man's magical signature for the first time and found something unexpected. Snape was powerful. Not Dumbledore powerful, but significantly above average. His core was dense and tightly controlled, his magical knowledge deep and broad. And beneath the contempt and the hostility and the perpetual sneer, there was something else in his signature. Something that ached. Snape was in pain. Not physical pain, emotional pain, deep and old and poorly healed, like a bone that had been broken and set badly years ago. It colored everything about the man, his cruelty, his bitterness, his obsessive hatred of Harry Potter. Harry looked at Snape and, for the second time that summer, after Dudley, felt an unexpected stab of pity. Then Snape opened his mouth and said, "Potter, our new celebrity continues to grace us with his presence. Tell me, did your summer admirers teach you how to brew a shrinking solution, or were they too busy asking for autographs and the pity evaporated?" But understanding remained, and understanding was useful. Snape's hatred was personal, specific, and rooted in something that predated Harry's existence. It wasn't really about Harry at all. It was about someone Harry reminded him of, his father, probably. Harry had been told he looked like James Potter, and the ache in Snape's signature had a quality that resonated with loss and resentment and something uncomfortably close to guilt. Harry filed it all away and brewed his shrinking solution in silence, producing a potion that was good but not conspicuously so. Snape found fault with it anyway, because Snape always found fault, but the criticism rolled off Harry like water off a duck's back. He had bigger concerns than a bitter professor's opinion. Defense against the dark arts with Lupin was the standout. The classroom had been transformed from Lockhart's monument to vanity into something spare and practical. The portraits and signed photographs were gone, replaced by charts of dark creatures and maps of known dangerous magical locations. Lupin himself stood at the front of the room in his shabby robes, looking tired but alert, and when the class filed in he smiled, a real smile, warm and slightly self-deprecating. "Good afternoon. I'm Professor Lupin. As you can see, I've dispensed with most of the previous decor. I felt the room could use less ego and more education." Scattered laughter. Even some of the Slytherins cracked smiles. Lupin had a disarming quality, a gentleness that invited trust, undercut by a sharpness in his eyes that suggested the gentleness was a choice, not a weakness. "Today, we're going to do something practical. No textbooks, no notes. Follow me." He led them to the staff room, where an old wardrobe stood rattling ominously in the corner. Harry's awareness reached for it and found something inside, a magical entity, amorphous and reactive, feeding on the ambient fear of the students approaching it. "Can anyone tell me what a Boggart is?" Lupin asked. Hermione's hand was up before the question was finished. A Boggart is a shapeshifter. It takes the form of whatever the person facing it fears most. Perfect. 5 points to Gryffindor. Now, the charm to repel a Boggart is ridiculous. It forces the Boggart's form into something amusing, because laughter is what truly defeats a Boggart. Fear weakens you, laughter strengthens you. Simple, but not easy. He arranged them in a line and opened the wardrobe. Harry watched each student face their fear and transform it. Neville's Snape in his grandmother's clothes. Ron's giant spider on roller skates. Parvati's mummy tripping over its bandages. Each time, Harry's awareness read the Boggart's magic, the way it reached into the student's mind, found the fear, and manifested it. It was a form of legilimency, he realized. Passive, instinctive, but fundamentally mind-reading. His turn approached. The line shortened. The Boggart cycled through forms, each one defeated by nervous laughter and a well-aimed ridiculous. And Harry found himself wondering, what would the Boggart become for him? Before the chamber, the answer would have been easy, Voldemort, probably, or a Dementor. But now? His worst memory was his own death. His deepest fear was what? Dying again? The cost that came with it? Or something else, the cold voice of the system, the growing distance between himself and the people he loved, the possibility that he was becoming something that couldn't be fully human anymore? The student ahead of him, Seamus, who faced a banshee, stepped aside, and the Boggart's attention swiveled to Harry. And Lupin moved. The professor stepped smoothly between Harry and the Boggart, quick enough that it looked natural, a teacher redirecting the lesson rather than shielding a student. The Boggart, reoriented, shifted form, becoming a silvery white orb hanging in the air, luminous and cold. The full moon. Ridiculous, Lupin said, and the moon deflated like a balloon, spiraling around the room before deflating with a sad little whistle. The class laughed. Lupin smiled. The lesson ended. But Harry stood very still, because he'd seen what the Boggart had become for Lupin, and the answer confirmed what his awareness had been telling him since the train. The full moon. A werewolf's worst fear. Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Harry didn't confront Lupin about it. Not immediately. The knowledge was sensitive, potentially dangerous if revealed, and Lupin was clearly desperate to keep it hidden. The shabby clothes, the tired face, the monthly illness that Harry predicted would start appearing in Lupin's schedule like clockwork. Instead, Harry went to the library. He spent 3 evenings in the stacks, reading everything he could find about werewolves. The magical world's treatment of the subject was deeply uncomfortable. The texts ranged from clinically detached to openly hostile, treating lycanthropy as a moral failing rather than a magical condition. Werewolves were registered, restricted, feared, and marginalized. They couldn't hold most jobs, couldn't own certain types of property, couldn't adopt children. No wonder Lupin hides it, Harry thought, closing a particularly vile pamphlet authored by someone named Dolores Umbridge. If this is what the magical world thinks of people like him, hiding is survival. He also researched the wolfsbane potion, a recent breakthrough that allowed werewolves to retain their human minds during the transformation. It was ferociously difficult to brew, required rare ingredients, and had to be taken every day for a week before the full moon. Harry watched Snape deliver a steaming goblet to Lupin's office 3 days later and understood. Snape was brewing the wolfsbane. Which meant Dumbledore had arranged it. Which meant Dumbledore knew about Lupin's condition and had hired him anyway. Another piece of the Dumbledore puzzle, filed and catalogued. Hermione figured it out too, of course. Harry found her in the library on the 4th evening, surrounded by the same werewolf texts he'd been reading, and they looked at each other across the table with the shared understanding of two people who'd arrived at the same conclusion independently. Lupin, she said. Yeah. The Boggart. And the monthly pattern, and Snape's potion deliveries, and the fact that his Boggart literally turned into a full moon. Hermione closed her book. Are we going to tell anyone? No. Good. I wasn't going to either. He's the best defense teacher we've ever had. That's a low bar. He's the best defense teacher we've ever had, and he's actually excellent, Hermione amended. I don't care that he's a werewolf. As long as he's taking the wolfsbane, he's not dangerous. Agreed. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, surrounded by books and the soft rustling of the library. Then Hermione said, in a tone that was very carefully casual, Harry. Hermione. You've been different since the chamber. He'd been expecting this conversation. 90 days of deflection by a letter had delayed it, but Hermione was physically present now, watching him with those sharp brown eyes every day, and she'd reached the limits of indirect observation. I know, he said. You're better at magic. Noticeably better. Your reflexes are sharper, your casting is more precise, and you think before you act in a way you never used to. Last year, you'd have charged into the Boggart lesson without a plan. This year, you were analyzing the creature's behavior before it even got to you. That's just, don't say, hard work over the summer. I believe you worked hard, but this is more than that. Something happened to you in the chamber, Harry. Something you haven't told anyone. The library was empty around them. Late evening, most students gone to their common rooms. The candles flickered, casting warm light over Hermione's earnest, worried face. Harry looked at his friend and felt the weight of his secrets pressing against his ribs. He wanted to tell her. The impulse was almost overwhelming, to share the burden, to let someone else carry part of the impossible truth of what he'd become. Hermione was brilliant, trustworthy, and she cared about him. If anyone could help him understand the system, it was her. But the system was a secret he wasn't ready to share. Not yet. Not until he understood it better, not until he knew the rules and the costs and the endgame. He could give her something, though. A piece of the truth. Enough to satisfy her concern without exposing the whole picture. I died, Harry said. The words came out quiet and flat and true, and they hit Hermione like a physical blow. She went white, genuinely white, the color draining from her face so fast that Harry's awareness registered it as a mild shock response. What? In the chamber. The basilisk's fang, the venom reached my heart. I died, Hermione. For I don't know how long. Seconds, maybe. And then Fawkes came and the tears healed me and I came back. But for a moment, I was gone. Hermione's eyes were enormous. Her hand had gone to her mouth, an involuntary gesture of horror, and Harry could feel her magic reacting, churning, agitated, reflecting her emotional turmoil. You died. I think so. My heart stopped. Everything went dark. And then, it didn't. Fawkes and the tears and I was back. But Hermione, when you die, even for a moment, it changes things. The way you see the world. The way you prioritize. I came out of that chamber knowing I wasn't okay with being the kid who survives by luck. I need to be better. Stronger. More prepared. Hermione's eyes were bright now, not with tears exactly, but with the fierce, painful empathy that was one of her most powerful qualities. She reached across the table and grabbed his hand, squeezing hard. Why didn't you tell us? Because I didn't want to scare you. And because I needed to figure some things out on my own first. Harry James Potter, you are the most infuriating. She stopped, took a breath, and squeezed his hand harder. You should have told us. You should have told me. I was petrified when it happened. I couldn't have done anything, and then you died and you carried that alone for 3 months. I'm telling you now. 3 months late. Better late than never? Hermione made a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and for a moment Harry thought she might actually hit him. Instead, she pulled her hand back, wiped her eyes with the back of her wrist, and set her jaw in that way that meant she'd made a decision and God help anyone who stood in her way. "Okay," she said. "Okay. You're alive, you're different, you're training, and you didn't tell me because you're an emotionally stunted boy with a saving people thing. Fine. But from now on, you tell me things. Not everything. I'm not stupid, Harry. I know you're still holding something back. But the big things. The life and death things. Promise me." Harry looked at her. Brilliant, fierce, loyal Hermione Granger, who had figured out the basilisk from a hospital bed and carried a mirror in her pocket and written him probing letters all summer because she couldn't stop caring even when she was turned to stone. "I promise," he said. And meant it mostly. The Marauders map came into Harry's life on a Tuesday. Fred and George Weasley cornered him in the corridor after dinner with the synchronized stealth of experienced troublemakers and pulled him into an empty classroom. "Harry," said Fred. "Light of our lives." "Savior of our sister," said George. "Hero of the chamber." "Man who really needs to get to Hogsmeade," said Fred. Harry looked between them. "I have a signed permission form, actually." The twins exchanged a glance of theatrical disappointment. "Well, that's less dramatic than we'd hoped," George said. "But the gift is still good," Fred added. He produced a piece of old parchment from inside his robes, folded and refolded and worn soft at the creases. "Harry Potter, we present to you the secret of our success." Harry took the parchment. His awareness touched it and sang. The enchantment on this piece of parchment was extraordinary. Layer upon layer of charm work, so densely woven and so elegantly constructed that Harry's enhanced sensitivity couldn't find a single wasted thread. It was a masterwork, not powerful in the brute force way that Hogwarts wards were powerful, but brilliant in the way a Swiss watch was brilliant, every component precisely engineered to serve its function. "What is this?" Harry breathed. "We call it the Marauder's map," George said. "Nicked it from Filch's office first year. You activate it by tapping it with your wand and saying, 'I solemnly swear that I am up to no good.'" Harry drew his wand and tapped the parchment. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink spread across the parchment like spilled water, branching and flowing, forming lines and labels and tiny moving dots. A map of Hogwarts materialized every corridor, every classroom, every secret passage, every hidden room, and on it, labeled with their names, every person in the castle. Hundreds of dots, moving and pausing and clustering. Harry stared at it. His awareness was going haywire. The map was alive, not sentient, exactly, but possessed of a kind of magical intelligence that let it track every person within the castle's boundaries in real time. It was connected to Hogwarts' own wards, piggybacking on the castle's awareness of its inhabitants, and the elegance of that solution was breathtaking. The map's creators hadn't tried to build their own tracking system. They'd tapped into the one that already existed, 1,000 years old and all-encompassing. "Who made this?" Harry asked. "Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs," Fred said, pointing to the inscription at the top. "Whoever they were. Legends, obviously. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs." Harry stared at the names and felt something click in his awareness, not a system message, but a connection and intuition. Moony. The full moon. A werewolf's worst fear. Moony was Lupin. Professor Lupin had helped create this map, which meant Lupin had been a student at Hogwarts, which meant the other three, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs, had been his contemporaries, his friends. Harry's parents had attended Hogwarts in the same era. The connections were forming fast now, cascading. Lupin knew Harry's parents. Lupin was friends with people who had nicknames based on what? Animagus forms, maybe? Moony was obvious. The others sounded like animal names. Padfoot, a dog? Prongs, a stag? A stag. Like Harry's, like the Patronus he hadn't cast yet, but somehow knew, in the deep part of his awareness, would take the form of a stag. Harry's blood was humming. He was close to something. Something important. "Thank you," he told the twins, and his voice was rougher than he intended. I can't tell you how much this means." Fred and George exchanged another look, this one less theatrical and more genuine. "Use it well," George said. "There are 7 secret passages out of the school. The one behind the one-eyed witch on the 3rd floor leads to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade." "And Harry," Fred said. "Mischief managed." They left. Harry stood alone in the empty classroom, the map spread on a desk before him, hundreds of dots moving in the candlelight. His eyes found Dumbledore, pacing in his office. Snape in the dungeons. Lupin, Moony, in his quarters. And then his eyes found something that stopped his heart. A dot, moving slowly along a 7th-floor corridor. Alone. Late at night, in an area where no student should be. The dot was labeled Peter Pettigrew. Harry stared at it. Peter Pettigrew. A name he didn't recognize, attached to a dot that was moving with purpose through the castle. But no. Wait. He did know the name. From somewhere. It tugged at the edge of his memory, elusive and insistent, connected to something he'd read or heard or, the system pulsed. Peter Pettigrew, relevant. Cross-reference, Wormtail. Cross-reference, Sirius Black. Cross-reference, James Potter. Harry's hands went cold. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. One of the 4 Marauders, one of Lupin's friends, one of his father's friends. Here in Hogwarts, now, moving through the castle in the middle of the night. But that made no sense. If Pettigrew was one of his father's generation, he'd be in his 30s. What was a 30-something wizard doing sneaking around Hogwarts at night? Unless he wasn't a 30-something wizard at all. Unless the dot was wrong or Harry watched Pettigrew's dot. It was moving toward Gryffindor Tower. Slowly, erratically, the way you'd move if you were small and had to avoid being seen. The dot reached the portrait of the fat lady, paused, and then, Harry blinked. The dot entered Gryffindor Tower and began moving up the stairs toward the boys' dormitories. Toward the 3rd-year dormitory. Harry's mind raced. Pettigrew was inside Gryffindor Tower. Not a student. The map labeled students by name, and there was no Peter Pettigrew on the enrollment. Something else then. Something small enough to slip through the portrait hole unnoticed. The dot settled in the 3rd-year dormitory and stopped moving. Harry stared at the map for a long time. Then he looked at the other dots in the 3rd-year dormitory: Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and he thought about Ron's pet rat. Scabbers. An old, fat rat who'd been in the Weasley family for 12 years. Who was missing a toe. Who'd been looking sickly and scared ever since the news about Sirius Black's escape. 12 years. The same amount of time since Voldemort's fall. The same amount of time since Pettigrew had supposedly been killed by Sirius Black, with nothing left but a finger. A finger. A toe. A rat. Harry closed his eyes and felt the world rearrange itself. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew wasn't dead. Peter Pettigrew was an animagus, an unregistered animagus, whose form was a rat. Peter Pettigrew had been hiding in the Weasley family for 12 years, disguised as a pet, and he was right now sleeping in the same room as Harry's best friend. And if Pettigrew was alive, if Pettigrew had faked his own death, then Sirius Black hadn't killed him. And if Black hadn't killed Pettigrew, then the story about Black's crimes was what? Incomplete? Wrong? Cross-reference. Sirius Black. Cross-reference. James Potter. What if Black hadn't betrayed Harry's parents? What if it had been Pettigrew all along? Harry opened his eyes. He stared at the map, at the dot labeled Peter Pettigrew, nestled among his sleeping classmates, and he felt something he hadn't felt since the chamber. Not fear. Not anger. Certainty. He folded the map carefully, tucked it inside his robes, and sat in the dark classroom for a very long time, thinking. Planning. The system hummed inside him, quiet and patient, and outside the castle walls, somewhere in the night, Sirius Black was running. Harry needed more information. He needed to understand the full story, who Pettigrew was, what he'd done, why Black was really imprisoned, and what any of it had to do with Harry's parents. He needed proof, not just a dot on a magical map. And he needed a plan for what to do when he had it. The system stirred one final time. The secret moves. The prisoner seeks justice. The rat hides in plain sight. What will the player do? Harry stood up, pocketed the map, and walked to Gryffindor Tower. He climbed the stairs to his dormitory, eased the door open, and looked at the four-poster beds where his classmates slept. Ron, sprawled and snoring. Neville, curled in a ball. Dean, flat on his back. Seamus, face down. And on Ron's pillow, fat and gray and wheezing in its sleep, a rat. Harry looked at the rat that was Peter Pettigrew, the man who might have betrayed his parents to their deaths, and he felt the cold weight of knowledge settle onto his shoulders like armor. Not yet. Not tonight. The rat didn't know anyone was watching, and that was Harry's greatest advantage. The moment he acted, the moment he tipped his hand, Pettigrew would run. A man who'd hidden for 12 years as a rat was a man who knew how to disappear. So Harry climbed into bed, pulled the curtains, and lay in the dark with his eyes open and his awareness extended, feeling the tiny spark of Pettigrew's magic on the other side of the room. The game was changing. The pieces were moving. And Harry was, for the first time in his life, several moves ahead. He waited and watched and planned. And the rat slept on. Chapter 4. The Map and the Rat. Harry watched Peter Pettigrew for 11 days. Not constantly, that would have been impossible and suspicious. But every night, before he slept, he unfolded the Marauder's map beneath his blankets and tracked the dot. And every night, the dot was in the same place, Ron's pillow or Ron's bedside table, or occasionally the floor near Ron's trunk, the restless movements of a rat that was not quite a rat. During the day, Harry watched Scabbers directly. The rat was deteriorating. He'd been thin and patchy since the start of term, but now he was actively losing fur, his eyes were dull, and he spent most of his time sleeping in Ron's pocket or hiding in the dormitory. Ron was worried about him, kept trying to feed him tonics and treats, kept checking on him between classes. "He's been off ever since Egypt," Ron said one morning, prodding Scabbers with a gentle finger. The rat flinched and tried to burrow deeper into Ron's pocket. Maybe the heat got to him. Or the mummies. Can rats get traumatized? "I think he's just old," Hermione said, not looking up from her arithmancy text. "Rats don't usually live this long, Ron." "Scabbers isn't a usual rat. He's been in the family for 12 years. "Exactly. That's ancient for a rat. Common rats live 2 to 3 years tops." Ron scowled. "He's not common." Harry said nothing. He ate his toast and watched Scabbers twitch in Ron's pocket, and behind his calm expression his mind was working. 11 days of observation had confirmed several things. First, Pettigrew's dot on the map was consistent, reliable, and always corresponded exactly to Scabbers' physical location. The map was not lying, and it was not confused. The enchantment that identified people was tied to Hogwarts' own wards, and the wards recognized the rat as Peter Pettigrew. Second, Pettigrew was afraid. Harry's awareness could feel it, a thin, sour quality to the rat's magical signature, the taste of chronic fear. The man inside the rat was terrified, and his terror had intensified since the start of term. Since the Dementors had arrived. Since Sirius Black had escaped. Third, Pettigrew was watching Harry. Not obviously, not overtly, but Harry caught it, the rat's eyes tracking him across the dormitory, the slight orientation of its body whenever Harry spoke. The man was monitoring his environment, maintaining awareness of potential threats, and Harry was clearly on the list. The question was, what to do about it? The obvious move was to expose Pettigrew immediately. Tell Dumbledore, tell McGonagall, tell anyone with authority. Force the rat into human form, prove he was alive, and watch the dominoes fall. Black's innocence, Pettigrew's guilt, the entire narrative about that night 12 years ago rewritten in an instant. But Harry had spent his summer reading Sun Tzu and thinking strategically, and the obvious move was rarely the best one. Problem 1. Proof. The Marauder's map was compelling to Harry, but it was an unsigned magical artifact with no verified chain of custody. It had been confiscated by Filch years ago and stolen by Fred and George. No court, no authority, no Wisengamot would accept it as evidence. Harry needed either a confession or a forced transformation, someone with the authority and skill to turn Pettigrew back into a man against his will. Problem 2. Escape. Pettigrew had been hiding for 12 years. He was paranoid, observant, and had the one advantage that all small animagi shared, the ability to disappear into any crack, any hole, any drainage pipe. The moment he suspected discovery, he would run, and finding a single rat in a castle this size would be essentially impossible. Problem 3. Politics. If Pettigrew was alive, then Sirius Black was innocent, or at least, innocent of the specific crime he'd been imprisoned for. That meant the Ministry had imprisoned the wrong man for 12 years. The political fallout would be enormous. The Ministry would resist it furiously, and anyone who forced the issue would need ironclad evidence and powerful allies. Harry needed a plan that addressed all three problems simultaneously. He needed to catch Pettigrew, prove his identity, and do it in a way that couldn't be denied or suppressed. He also needed to understand the full story. And for that, he needed Lupin. Harry knocked on Lupin's office door on a Thursday evening, 2 weeks into term. "Come in." The office was warm and cluttered with the comfortable disarray of a man who prioritized substance over appearance. Dark creature tanks lined one wall, a Grindilo in a murky aquarium, a tank of red caps, something scaly and fast that Harry's awareness couldn't quite categorize. Lupin sat behind his desk, a cup of tea steaming at his elbow, looking tired but alert. "Harry, this is a pleasant surprise." "Tea, please." Lupin conjured a second cup with the easy competence that characterized everything he did in the classroom. Harry accepted it, sat in the chair across from the desk, and took a sip. His awareness cataloged the tea's properties: just tea, nothing added, warm, and slightly too strong. "What's on your mind?" Lupin asked. Harry had rehearsed this conversation. He'd mapped out approaches, considered angles, gamed out Lupin's likely responses. In the end, he decided on something close to directness, not full honesty. He couldn't explain the map without explaining the twins, and he couldn't explain his suspicions about Pettigrew without revealing how far ahead he'd gotten, but enough truth to open a dialogue. "I want to learn the Patronus charm," Harry said. Lupin's eyebrows rose. "That's NEWT-level magic, Harry. Most adult wizards struggle with it. The Dementors affect me more than anyone else. On the train, I collapsed. If they come near me again, during a Quidditch match, or somewhere I can't avoid them, I need to be able to defend myself." Lupin studied him. His expression was thoughtful, measuring, the teacher assessing the student. But there was something else beneath it, that warmth Harry had felt on the train, personal and specific, as if Lupin cared about Harry's well-being in a way that went beyond professional obligation. "You're right," Lupin said slowly. "The Dementors are a serious threat to you specifically, and the school's current arrangements are." He paused, choosing words carefully. "Inadequate. Will you teach me?" "I will. But I should warn you, the Patronus charm requires more than magical skill. It requires emotional depth. You have to draw on your happiest memory, your most powerful positive emotion, and project it outward as a shield. That takes a kind of vulnerability that many witches and wizards find more difficult than the technical casting." "I understand. We'll start next week. Thursday evenings after dinner." "Sound reasonable?" "Perfect. Thank you, Professor." Harry stood to leave. Then, as if the thought had just occurred to him, it hadn't. This was the reason he'd come. He paused. "Professor Lupin, can I ask you something personal?" Lupin's magic shifted subtly, a tightening. "You can ask. I may not answer. Did you know my parents?" The silence that followed was heavy with things unsaid. Lupin's face went through a rapid succession of micro-expressions: surprise, pain, affection, guilt, before settling on something careful and controlled. "Yes," he said. "I did. Your father and I were very close friends at Hogwarts." "And the others? In your friend group?" Lupin's teacup was halfway to his lips. It stopped there. His eyes sharpened, the warmth receding behind something harder and more watchful. "What do you know about my friend group, Harry?" "Not much. Just, I've heard things. Fragments. My dad had close friends at school. You were one of them." Lupin set his cup down very carefully. "There were 4 of us. Your father, James. Myself. Sirius Black. The name came out flat, stripped of emotion by force of will. And Peter Pettigrew. The man's Sirius Black killed. Yes. What were they like? My dad and Peter and Sirius. Lupin was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice had a roughness that Harry's awareness recognized as barely controlled grief. Your father was brave. Reckless sometimes. Arrogant when he was young, but he grew out of it. He loved your mother more than anything in the world, and he loved his friends, and when it mattered, when things were truly dangerous, there was no one you'd rather have beside you. Lupin paused. Peter was quieter. Less talented, less confident. He admired your father and Sirius enormously, followed them, emulated them. He was brave in his own way, or we thought he was. And Sirius? Something complicated moved behind Lupin's eyes. Sirius was brilliant, charismatic, fierce. The best friend your father ever had. They were inseparable. And then Sirius betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Lupin flinched. Yes. How? He was their secret keeper. The Fidelius charm, do you know what that is? A charm that hides a secret inside a single person. Only the secret keeper can reveal it. Lupin looked slightly surprised at Harry's knowledge. Exactly. Your parents went into hiding and chose Sirius as their secret keeper. He gave their location to Voldemort. And then Peter Pettigrew confronted Sirius, and Sirius killed him. Along with 12 muggles. One curse. There was nothing left but a finger. A finger. His index finger. They found it in the wreckage. Harry let the silence breathe. Then, Professor, doesn't that seem strange to you? Lupin's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Peter Pettigrew confronted Sirius Black, a man you've described as brilliant and fierce, one of Voldemort's inner circle. Peter, who you've described as quiet, less talented, a follower. Peter tracked down and confronted a powerful dark wizard on a public street. And Sirius killed 12 muggles and Peter with a single curse, and all that was left was a finger. Harry held Lupin's gaze. If Sirius was powerful enough to kill 13 people with one spell, wouldn't Peter have known he had no chance? Why confront him at all? And if Sirius was loyal to Voldemort, why didn't he flee? Why stand there in the street laughing until the Aurors came? That's not the behavior of a cunning dark wizard. That's the behavior of a man who's just realized something terrible. The color had drained from Lupin's face. His magic was churning, the wolf nature beneath the surface stirring in response to emotional turmoil. Harry, what are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything. I'm asking questions. You knew these people. You knew Peter and Sirius and my dad. Does the story make sense to you? Really, honestly, in your gut, does it make sense? Lupin opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. It never made sense, he whispered. Not fully. I've spent 12 years trying to make it make sense, and there's always been a gap. Something that doesn't fit. Sirius was your father's brother in everything but blood. The idea that he would Lupin stopped, his hands gripping the edge of his desk. But the evidence was there. The secret keeper. The dead muggles. Peter's finger. Sirius laughing. And he never denied it. Never argued at his trial. Did he have a trial? The question hung in the air like a blade. Lupin went very still. I don't know. Everyone assumed, Professor. Did anyone ever actually confirm that Sirius Black received a trial? The silence in the office was absolute. Lupin stared at Harry, and Harry watched the man's certainties crack and shift like ice in spring, 12 years of accepted truth suddenly riddled with fractures. My God, Lupin said softly. Harry let it sit. He'd planted what he needed to plant, doubt, genuine doubt, in the mind of someone who knew the players and could investigate further. Lupin had access to records, to people, to institutional channels that Harry didn't. I should go, Harry said. Thursday evenings for the Patronus lessons? Yes. Thursday. Lupin's voice was distant, his mind clearly somewhere else entirely. Harry, how did you come to these questions? I think about things, Harry said simply. Good night, Professor. He left Lupin's office and walked through the quiet corridors toward Gryffindor Tower, and behind him he could feel Lupin's magic churning with the turmoil of a man whose world had just tilted on its axis. The Patronus lessons began the following Thursday and quickly became the hardest thing Harry had ever done. Not magically, his enhanced core and his system-boosted growth meant the raw power was there. The incantation was simple. The wand movement was straightforward. He could produce the silver mist on his second attempt, which made Lupin's eyebrows climb toward his hairline. That's remarkably quick, Harry. Most people take weeks to produce even the mist. But it's just mist. Not a corporeal Patronus. No. The corporeal form, the full Patronus, with shape and substance, requires something deeper. A memory so powerfully positive that it can overpower the Dementor's effect. The mist will slow them. The corporeal Patronus will drive them away entirely. Harry tried again. He reached for his happiest memory, flying, the first time on a broomstick, the rush of wind and freedom, and cast. The mist was thicker this time, brighter, but it still didn't coalesce into form. He tried another memory. Christmas at Hogwarts, his first real Christmas, opening presents he hadn't expected. The mist brightened further, but wavered. Another. The Quidditch Cup last year, the roar of the crowd. No shape. Another. Hermione's face when she woke from petrification. Ron's grin on the platform. Closer. Closer, but not there. Harry lowered his wand, breathing hard. The practice room, an empty history of magic classroom that Lupin had commandeered, was cold from the Boggart dementor Lupin had been using as a training tool, locked back in its chest now but still radiating a ghost of chill. The memories you're using, Lupin said carefully. They're happy, but are they your happiest? There's a difference between a memory that makes you smile and one that fills you completely. The Patronus needs the second kind. Harry stared at his wand and confronted an uncomfortable truth. He didn't have that kind of memory. His childhood was a wasteland, no love, no warmth, no moments of pure joy. Hogwarts was better, vastly better, but his happiest moments here were shot through with danger and loss. Every Christmas was shadowed by the awareness that he'd return to the Dursleys. Every Quidditch victory existed in a year where someone was trying to kill him. Even his friendships, deep and real and precious, were complicated by secrets and the weight of prophecy. And now, with the system's cold logic humming in the back of his mind, even those moments felt distant. The system rewarded optimization, efficiency, strategy. It was slowly training him to analyze rather than feel, to assess rather than experience. He could look at a happy memory and immediately see its tactical value, or lack thereof, instead of simply feeling it. That was the problem. Not power. Not technique. Feeling. The Patronus required him to be vulnerable, to open himself to joy without reservation, and the system, the thing that had saved his life and made him stronger, was making that harder. Professor, Harry said slowly. What if the problem isn't the memory? What if the problem is me? Lupin tilted his head. Explain. The Patronus needs genuine positive emotion. Unreserved, overwhelming happiness. But what if someone has spent their whole life learning not to feel that way? What if they've been conditioned, I guess, to keep their emotions controlled, contained? What if opening up feels like a weakness they can't afford? Lupin was very quiet. His eyes had gone soft and pained, and Harry realized the man was hearing more than Harry had intended to reveal. Harry, Lupin said gently. Emotional vulnerability is not weakness. It's the source of all the strongest magic, love, loyalty, sacrifice. Your mother's protection is proof of that. She didn't survive by being guarded. She survived, you survived, because she loved without reservation. The words hit Harry somewhere below his defenses, in a place the system couldn't reach. His mother. Dying for him. Not because of strategy or optimization or cold calculation, but because she loved him, purely and completely, and that love had stopped the most powerful dark wizard in history. That wasn't the system's kind of power. That was the opposite. Let's try again next week, Lupin said. And Harry, between now and then, don't think about which memory is strongest. Think about which one is truest. The Patronus doesn't need your best performance of happiness. It needs the real thing. Harry nodded. He packed up his wand, thanked Lupin, and walked slowly back to Gryffindor Tower, turning the professor's words over in his mind. Which memory was truest? He didn't know yet, but he was beginning to suspect that finding out would require him to lower defenses he'd been building all summer, and the thought of that terrified him more than any Dementor. October brought Quidditch and Crisis in roughly that order. The first match of the season was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, and the weather was atrocious, driving rain, gale force winds, visibility roughly 10 feet in any direction. Harry climbed onto his Nimbus 2000 and kicked off into the storm, and immediately his awareness proved its worth. He couldn't see the snitch. Nobody could see anything, not in this weather. But Harry could feel it, the tiny, bright magical signature of the enchanted golden ball, darting and weaving through the rain, distinct from the other enchantments on the pitch, the Quaffle's tracking charm, the bludgers targeting hexes, the goalposts scoring sensors. It was like having a radar that only he possessed. He tracked the snitch through the storm, navigating by magical sense rather than sight, and caught it 14 minutes into the match in a spectacular diving catch that the crowd barely saw but erupted over anyway. As he pulled out of the dive, rain lashing his face, his awareness screamed a warning. The Dementors. They were at the edge of the pitch, a dozen of them, maybe more, drawn by the concentrated emotion of the crowd. Their cold hit Harry like a wall, and the worst memory surged up again, the chamber, the venom, his heart stopping, and for a terrible second his grip on the broom loosened and the ground rushed up. Harry gritted his teeth, clutched the snitch in one hand and his broom in the other, and fought. Not with the Patronus, he didn't have it yet, not the real one, but with raw will, the stubbornness that had gotten him through 2 years of impossible situations. He held the memory at arm's length, acknowledged it without letting it consume him, and pulled out of the dive 6 feet above the pitch. He landed hard, stumbled, stayed upright. The crowd roared. Gryffindor wins. But Harry stood on the muddy pitch with rain running down his face and his hands shaking, and he knew he'd been lucky. Again. The Dementors had been far enough away that their effect was weakened. If they'd been closer, if this had been the Shrieking Shack or the lake or anywhere without an audience, he'd have gone down. He needed the Patronus. He needed it soon. The Quidditch victory party in the Gryffindor common room was loud and warm, and exactly what Harry needed after the Dementor encounter. Butterbeer flowed freely, courtesy of the twins, who had a connection at the 3 broomsticks that Harry decided not to investigate. Music played from an enchanted wireless, and the entire house celebrated with the unself-conscious joy that only teenagers who'd just won a sporting event could muster. Harry sat by the fire with Ron and Hermione, nursing a butterbeer and letting the warmth soak into him. Ron was recounting the match to anyone who'd listen. 14 minutes. 14. In that weather. He couldn't even see the bloody thing. And Hermione was pretending to read, but actually smiling behind her book. That was reckless, she said when Ron paused for breath. Diving in 0 visibility. I could see enough, Harry said, which was technically true. He could sense enough, if not see. You felt them, didn't you? Hermione's voice dropped. The Dementors at the end. Yeah. You almost fell. Almost. Didn't. Hermione gave him a look that said that's not reassuring and you know it, but she didn't push. Instead she said, very quietly, I've been reading about Patronus theory. There's a variation, experimental, not widely known, that anchors the charm to a concept rather than a specific memory. A fundamental truth about yourself, rather than a moment in time. It's harder, but the results are supposed to be more stable. Harry looked at her. Where did you find that? A book in the restricted section. I have a note from Professor Vector. Of course she did. Hermione Granger, with her signed permission slips and her library ninja skills, had been researching his problem without being asked. Harry felt a surge of affection so strong it startled him. Thank you, Hermione. Don't thank me. Just don't fall off your broom again. The party wound down late. Students drifted toward their dormitories in 2s and 3s, and eventually the common room was empty except for Harry, still sitting by the dying fire, the Marauder's map open on his knee. Pettigrew's dot was in the dormitory. Sleeping. Harry studied it, then let his eyes roam the map. The castle at night was a different landscape, teachers on patrol, ghosts drifting through walls, house elves in the kitchens. Dumbledore, pacing, always pacing. And there, entering the grounds from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, a dot labeled Sirius Black. Harry's breath caught. He pressed closer to the map, tracking the dot as it moved across the grounds. Black was heading toward the castle, moving fast and erratic, staying in the shadows of the tree line. He reached the castle walls and the dot vanished. Harry blinked. Tapped the map. Show me Sirius Black. Nothing. The dot was gone. Either Black had left the grounds entirely, or he'd found a way to hide from the map, which shouldn't have been possible. The map was tied to Hogwarts wards, and the wards were supposed to be absolute. Unless Black knew about the map. He was Padfoot, one of its creators. He might know its limitations, its blind spots. Harry stared at the empty space where the dot had been and felt something cold settle in his stomach that had nothing to do with Dementors. Black was coming to Hogwarts. Coming for what? For Harry? For Pettigrew? If Black knew Pettigrew was alive, if Black knew the rat was here, the fat lady's portrait screamed. The sound was piercing, cutting through the quiet of the sleeping tower like a knife. Harry was on his feet, wand drawn, before the scream finished its first second. He ran to the portrait hole and found it open, the fat lady's canvas slashed to ribbons, the painted figure gone. Students poured from the dormitories, half-dressed and panicked. Prefects shouted for order. Percy materialized, white-faced, his head boy badge gleaming. Everyone back. Back to the common room. Nobody leave. The castle erupted. Teachers arrived within minutes. McGonagall in a tartan dressing gown, Snape in black. Did the man sleep in his robes? Dumbledore sweeping in with a calm authority that brought the chaos down several notches just by existing. The fat lady has been attacked, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying the precise weight needed to command silence. By Sirius Black. The silence was so complete Harry could hear the fire crackling. All students will remain in the Great Hall tonight. Professors, search the castle. Heads of house, account for every student in your charge. The next 2 hours were organized pandemonium. Students trooped to the Great Hall in their pajamas, sleeping bags were conjured, and the entire school camped on the stone floor while teachers and Dementors searched Hogwarts from top to bottom. Harry lay in his sleeping bag, wide awake, his awareness extended to its maximum range. He could feel the Dementors sweeping through the castle, cold voids moving systematically through corridors and classrooms. He could feel the teachers' magic, each with their own distinct signature, fanning out in coordinated search patterns. He could feel Dumbledore at the center of it all, his power radiating like a bonfire, directing and controlling and maintaining the wards that kept the Dementors in check. Black wasn't found. Of course he wasn't. If he'd been Padfoot on the map, he'd known how to enter the castle, and he knew how to leave. An animagus form would fool the Dementors. They sensed emotions, not bodies, and an animal's emotional register was different enough to slip under the radar. And a man who'd escaped Azkaban could certainly manage a castle full of teenagers and tired professors. But he'd slashed the fat lady's portrait. He'd been trying to get into Gryffindor Tower. And Harry knew, with a cold certainty, exactly who Black was trying to reach. Not Harry. Pettigrew. Ron found out 3 days later, and it was not a conversation Harry had planned to have, which made it worse and better in roughly equal measure. They were in the dormitory after dinner, just the two of them. Harry was checking the map, a nightly ritual now, tracking Pettigrew, tracking the castle's movements, maintaining awareness. Ron came in, saw the map, and his face went through a complicated journey. Is that Fred and George told me about that? The Marauders map. They gave it to me, yeah. Ron sat on his bed and looked at the map with the hunger of a boy raised on stories of mischief. Wicked. Can I? He reached for it and Harry almost pulled it away. Almost. But this was Ron, and the instinct to protect the map, to keep his tools and advantages close, to share nothing, was the system's instinct, not Harry's. He handed it over. Ron studied the map with delight, tracing corridors, finding familiar names. There's Dumbledore. And Snape, in the dungeons, miserable git. And look, Peeves in the trophy room, probably wrecking something. This is brilliant, Harry, absolutely. Ron stopped talking. His finger had landed on a dot in Gryffindor Tower, third-year dormitory. Harry, Ron said, very slowly. Why does the map say Peter Pettigrew is in our dormitory? The air in the room changed. Harry felt it, the shift from casual to serious, the sharpening of attention, the way Ron's magic tightened around him like a fist clenching. Ron, Peter Pettigrew is dead. Sirius Black killed him. Everyone knows that. Why does the map say he's here? Harry looked at his best friend. Ron's face was confused and alarmed, his freckles standing out against skin that was going pale. He was staring at the dot, then at the room around them, then back at the dot. Where in the room? Ron whispered. Where is? His eyes went to his bed. To his pillow. To Scabbers, curled up and sleeping in his usual spot. Harry. No. Ron, I need you to listen to me. No. Ron shook his head. No, that's a rat. That's Scabbers. He's been in the family for 12 years. He's Percy's old rat. He's been in the family for 12 years, Harry said quietly. 12 years. Since the end of the First War. Since Pettigrew supposedly died. Ron, ordinary rats live 2 to 3 years. Hermione told you that. Scabbers is 12 years old, he's missing a toe, and the map says he's Peter Pettigrew. Ron stared at Harry. Then at Scabbers. Then at the map. Then at Scabbers again. Missing a toe, Ron said faintly. They found Pettigrew's, they found a finger. After Pettigrew blew up the street and cut off his own finger and transformed and escaped down a sewer, while Black was still standing there in shock. How long have you known this? Since the first night I had the map. Ron's expression went through shock, confusion, and landed hard on anger. That was weeks ago. You've known for weeks that a man who might be a murderer has been sleeping on my pillow, and you didn't tell me. I needed to be sure. And I needed a plan. A plan? Harry, he's been sleeping next to my head. He's been in my pocket. Oh God, he's been in the bathroom with me. Ron, don't you Ron me. Ron was on his feet now, his voice rising. Scabbers stirred on the pillow, and Ron recoiled from the rat like it had turned into a snake. How could you not tell me? How could you let me walk around with a Death Eater in my pocket? We don't know he's a Death Eater. He faked his own death and has been hiding as a rat for 12 years. What else could he be? A bloody tourist. Harry let Ron's anger burn. It was justified, completely, unambiguously justified. Harry had kept this secret for strategic reasons, and those reasons were sound, but they didn't change the fact that he'd let his best friend carry a potential enemy in his pocket for weeks. The system would have told him to keep the secret longer, to wait for the optimal moment, to prioritize the plan over the friendship. Harry was tired of listening to the system. You're right, he said. I should have told you sooner. I was trying to figure out the right move, and I let that get ahead of what you deserve to know. I'm sorry. The apology took some of the fire out of Ron's anger. He stood there, breathing hard, his fists clenched at his sides, and Harry could feel the war inside him, fury at the secret, fear about the rat, and beneath it all, the deep bedrock loyalty that was Ron Weasley's most fundamental quality. Okay, Ron said finally, his voice tight. Okay, you're sorry. Fine. Now what do we do? We can't grab him. If Pettigrew suspects anything, he'll run. He's an animagus. He can get through any crack, any drain, any gap in the castle. We'll never find him. So what? We just let him keep sleeping in our room? For now. We watch him. We wait for the right moment. And when's that? Harry met Ron's eyes. When we have someone who can force the transformation. Someone who can turn him back into a man in front of witnesses. Dumbledore could do it. McGonagall, probably. Lupin, definitely. He was friends with Pettigrew. He'd recognize him. Ron stared at Scabbers. The rat hadn't woken, or was pretending not to have woken. Harry's awareness read its magic and found the signature unchanged, sour with fear, low-level, and constant. I've been feeding him, Ron said, his voice hollow. I've been worried about him. I told Mum he was sick. She sent special rat tonic. I know. I carried him in my pocket to Egypt. He saw Bill. He ate dinner at our table. He's been living in my family's house, Ron. Ron sat down on his bed, as far from the rat as possible. He looked sick. His magic was turbulent, roiling with emotion, and Harry felt a stab of guilt so sharp it cut through the system's cool analysis like a hot knife. There's something else, Harry said. He owed Ron the full picture now. The half measures had done enough damage. I think Sirius Black is innocent. Ron's head snapped up. What? If Pettigrew is alive, then Black didn't kill him. The whole story changes. Think about it. Black was my parents' best friend. He was supposed to be their secret keeper. But what if they switched? What if they used Pettigrew instead, because nobody would suspect him? And Pettigrew betrayed them. And when Black figured it out, he went after Pettigrew. And Pettigrew blew up the street, cut off his finger, transformed, and framed Black for the whole thing. Black was arrested, thrown in Azkaban without a trial. I asked Lupin. He couldn't confirm Black ever had one. Ron's mouth opened and closed several times. He looked like a man trying to process a meal too large to swallow. 12 years, Ron said. If you're right, 12 years in Azkaban with the Dementors for something he didn't do. And the man who actually betrayed my parents has been living in your house, sleeping in your bed, pretending to be a rat. The dormitory was very quiet. Rain tapped against the window. Scabbers wheezed on the pillow. I want to step on him, Ron said flatly. That's understandable. I won't. But I want to. Ron ran his hands through his hair, making it stand up at wild angles. Okay. So we watch the rat. We don't let on. And we find the right moment to expose him. Yes. And you tell me everything from now on. No more strategic silences, no more need to know. I'm either your friend or I'm not, Harry. You're my friend. Then act like it. Friends don't let friends sleep with Death Eaters. Despite everything, the tension, the fear, the guilt, Harry almost laughed. Fair point. Damn right it is. Ron looked at Scabbers one more time, his expression a complex mixture of disgust and betrayal. I need a new pet. They told Hermione the next day. Harry had expected questions, analysis, a request for evidence. Instead, Hermione listened to the entire story, the map, Pettigrew's dot, the animagus theory, Black's possible innocence, and her first response was, I knew there was something wrong with that rat. Ron stared at her. You what? Crookshanks has been trying to catch him all term. I thought it was just cat and rat instinct, but Crookshanks is half Kneazle. Kneazles can detect untrustworthy people. He wasn't hunting Scabbers, he was hunting Pettigrew. The three of them sat in a corner of the library, privacy charms up, Hermione's, impressively sophisticated for a third year, and planned. We need Lupin, Harry said. He knew Pettigrew personally. He can identify him after the forced transformation, and he has the magical skill to perform it. Can we trust Lupin? Ron asked. Lupin was friends with my dad and Sirius and Pettigrew. I've been talking to him about the inconsistencies in Black's story. He's already questioning the official narrative. What about Dumbledore? Hermione said. Eventually, yes. But Dumbledore operates on his own timeline and his own logic. If we go to him first, he might decide to handle it quietly, politically, through channels. I don't want Pettigrew to disappear into ministry custody where Lucius Malfoy and his allies can make the whole thing go away. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You've thought about this a lot. I've had weeks. While your best friend slept next to an alleged murderer. We've covered that, Ron said. He's sorry. Move on. Hermione gave Ron a look that suggested she was not moving on and would revisit this at a later date, but she returned to the problem at hand. The forced transformation. You need someone with the skill and the authority. Lupin has the skill, and if we're right about Black's innocence, he has the motivation. But does he have the nerve? I think so, Harry said. He's already questioning everything. If I push a little harder, Harry. Hermione's voice was careful. Are you sure about this? About Black's innocence? Everything you've told us is logical, and the map is compelling, but it's still circumstantial. If we're wrong, if Black really is guilty and Pettigrew's presence has some other explanation, what other explanation? A dead man has been living as a rat in a wizard family for 12 years. Name me a scenario where that's innocent. Hermione conceded the point with a nod. Then we need a plan that accounts for Pettigrew's escape attempts. He'll run the moment he suspects. We need containment. Anti-animagus ward, Harry said. I've been researching. There are charms that prevent magical transformation within a bounded area. If we can cast one around the room before the confrontation, that's 6th-year magic at minimum, Hermione said. Then she paused. I might be able to do it. Ron and Harry both looked at her. What? I've been taking extra courses. And I've been reading ahead. She said this as if it explained everything, which for Hermione it did. We'll need to practice, Harry said. And we'll need to choose the moment carefully. Somewhere contained, somewhere private, with Lupin present and Pettigrew unable to run. When? Ron asked. Harry thought about it. The full moon was in 2 weeks. Lupin would be weakened afterward, recovering from the transformation. Before the full moon, then. Within the next 10 days. Soon, Harry said. I'll talk to Lupin again. Set the stage. When the moment comes, it needs to happen fast. They dispersed. Hermione to research anti-animagus wards. Ron to maintain his normal behavior around Scabbers, which required an acting performance Harry was genuinely impressed by. And Harry to continue his nightly map surveillance, tracking both the rat and the occasional, terrifying appearance of Sirius Black's dot at the edge of the grounds. Black was circling, getting bolder, getting closer. The clock was ticking. The second Patronus lesson came 4 days later, and Harry arrived with Hermione's words echoing in his mind. A concept rather than a memory. A fundamental truth about yourself. Lupin set up the Boggart dementor, and Harry faced it with his wand raised and his awareness wide open. The false dementor's cold washed over him, pulling at his worst memories, and Harry felt the familiar lurch toward darkness. But this time, instead of reaching for a happy memory, he reached for a truth. He thought about Ron's face when Harry had handed over the map, the trust there, the loyalty. He thought about Hermione in the library, brilliant and fierce, already researching solutions to a problem Harry hadn't asked her to solve. He thought about Ginny's quiet "thank you" on the train, and Lupin's grief-roughened voice talking about James Potter, and Molly Weasley's hugs that compressed his lungs and filled his heart. He thought about the fact that he had come back. That he died in a dark chamber and been given a choice, and he'd chosen this life, these people, this world with all its danger and beauty and pain. Not because a system told him to. Not because the game required it. Because Ginny was dying on a cold floor and he wasn't done yet. That was the truth. Not a memory. A choice. Harry Potter had chosen to live, and the reason was love, messy, complicated, imperfect love for imperfect people in an imperfect world. Expecto Patronum. The light that erupted from his wand was not silver mist. It was a stag. Enormous, radiant, its antlers blazing with white fire, it burst from the tip of Harry's wand and charged the Boggart dementor with a force that sent the creature spinning backward into the chest. The lid slammed shut. The room filled with warmth and light, and the stag turned and looked at Harry with eyes that were ancient and kind and somehow familiar. Then it faded, dissolving into motes of silver light that settled on Harry's skin like warm snow. Lupin was staring. His mouth was slightly open, his wand hanging forgotten at his side, and his eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. Prongs, Lupin whispered. Harry lowered his wand. His arm was shaking. His whole body was shaking, actually, but it was the good kind of shaking, the aftershock of emotion honestly expressed, of power honestly wielded. It was my dad's form, wasn't it? Harry said. His animagus form. A stag. Lupin nodded. He seemed unable to speak. Prongs, Harry said. That was his nickname. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Lupin sat down heavily in the nearest chair. He looked like a man who'd just been punched in the chest by a ghost. How did you? The Marauder's map, Harry said. I know who made it. I know Moony is you. I know Padfoot is Sirius and Wormtail is Pettigrew. I know my dad was Prongs. Lupin covered his face with his hands. For a long moment, the only sound was his breathing, ragged, controlled, the breathing of a man fighting for composure. Harry, he said at last, lowering his hands. His face was open and raw, and 12 years of grief were showing through every line. How much do you know? Enough. And I need your help. Harry told him about the map. About Pettigrew's dot. About Scabbers and the 12 years and the missing toe. He told it all, laying out the evidence the way he'd planned, methodical and clear, and watched Lupin's expression go from grief to shock to horror to a fury so intense that the wolf nature beneath his surface surged and his eyes flashed amber for a split second. He's here, Lupin breathed. Peter is alive, and he's here, and he's been hiding as a rat. In my best friend's bed. For 12 years. Lupin stood up. His magic was barely contained now, roiling with emotion, the wolf straining against the man's control. If Peter is alive, if he's been hiding, then Sirius is innocent. Yes. We have to, Dumbledore. We have to tell not yet. Lupin stopped. Looked at Harry. And Harry saw the moment the professor registered that he was talking to something more than a 13-year-old student. Why not? Lupin asked carefully. Because the moment Pettigrew knows he's been discovered, he runs. And he's been running successfully for 12 years. He knows how to disappear. If we go to Dumbledore, Dumbledore will involve the Ministry. The Ministry will botch it because Fudge is incompetent and Malfoy has his ear, and Pettigrew will vanish and Sirius will rot in Azkaban for the rest of his life. The words came out steady and cold and precise, and they were true, and Lupin's face told Harry that the man knew they were true. What do you propose? Lupin asked. A controlled confrontation. We trap Pettigrew in a space he can't escape from, force the transformation, and present the evidence to witnesses who matter. Not just Dumbledore, multiple witnesses. Unimpeachable ones. Harry, that's an incredibly sophisticated plan for a 13-year-old. I've been thinking about it for a while. Lupin searched Harry's face, and Harry let him look. Let the professor see the resolve there, the steel that 90 days of training and 2 near-death experiences had forged. After a long moment, Lupin nodded. All right, he said. Tell me what you need me to do. The plan came together over the next 5 days. Hermione cracked the anti-animagus ward. It was fiendishly complicated, 7th-year level work, really, but she'd been pushing herself all term with her impossible course load and the extra magical sensitivity that came from being Hermione Granger. She could cast it reliably, she told Harry, for roughly 15 minutes. After that, her concentration would waver and the ward would fail. 15 minutes. They'd have to work fast. Ron maintained his performance as Scabbers' worried owner with an acting ability that surprised everyone, including himself. He fed the rat, petted the rat, carried the rat in his pocket, and managed not to throw up. If this goes on much longer, Ron told Harry one night, his face green, I'm going to snap and punt him out a window. 5 more days. That's 5 more days of sleeping next to Peter Bloody Pettigrew. Sleep with your wand under your pillow. Already doing that. And I've blocked the gap under the door with a sock. Harry prepared the confrontation space. Lupin's office was the obvious choice, private, warded, with only one door and no windows large enough for a rat to squeeze through. Harry checked every inch of it with his awareness, mapping potential escape routes and sealing them in his mind. The fireplace flue. The ventilation gaps. The crack beneath the door. Each one would need to be addressed. Lupin prepared the forced animagus reversal spell. It was complex magic, not a standard spell, but a specific countercharm designed to override an animagus transformation and force the target back into human form. Lupin had known the spell for years, had been taught it during the war, and he could cast it reliably. The witnesses were the final piece. Harry wanted more than just Lupin. He wanted someone with institutional authority, someone whose word carried weight. The obvious choice was Dumbledore, but Harry remained wary of the headmaster's tendency to control information. In the end, he chose McGonagall. He went to her office on a Monday afternoon with a carefully prepared story about needing to discuss his career options, and in the course of the conversation, natural, unhurried, he mentioned that Professor Lupin was helping him with some advanced defense work. Indeed, McGonagall said, her expression warming slightly. She was fond of Lupin, Harry could tell the man had been one of her students after all. Professor Lupin is an excellent teacher. What sort of advanced work? Patronus charm, mainly. And some theory about animagi, actually. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Animagi? That's NEWT-level transfiguration. Professor Lupin was telling me about unregistered animagi. How common they are, how dangerous they can be. He said it was a serious issue during the war. It was. Several of Voldemort's followers used animagus forms to spy and evade capture. McGonagall's mouth thinned. The registration laws exist for good reason. Professor, if someone discovered an unregistered animagus hiding within Hogwarts, someone connected to the war, what would the proper procedure be? McGonagall's eyes sharpened. She was not a stupid woman. Mr. Potter, is there something you wish to tell me? Not yet, Harry said honestly. But there might be soon. And if there is, I'd want you to be there. McGonagall studied him for a long, uncomfortable moment. Harry held her gaze and let his sincerity show. Very well, she said. If and when you have something to tell me, I will listen. Do try not to blow up the castle in the meantime. I'll do my best, Professor. The confrontation was set for Friday evening. Ron would bring Scabbers to Lupin's office under the pretense of asking about a Care of Magical Creatures homework issue, a thin excuse, but it only needed to last until the door closed. Hermione would be waiting inside, ready to cast the anti-animagus ward the moment Pettigrew was in the room. Lupin would perform the forced reversal. McGonagall, informed by Harry an hour beforehand, would witness the transformation. That was the plan. Clean, contained, decisive. Sirius Black, as it turned out, had other ideas. On Thursday night, one day before the planned confrontation, Harry was checking the map in his dormitory when he saw two dots converge outside the castle. Sirius Black at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. And Peter Pettigrew, moving across the grounds. Harry's blood froze. Pettigrew was outside. Not in the dormitory, out on the grounds, moving fast, heading toward the Whomping Willow. And Black was closing in from the forest, moving to intercept. The rat had run. Harry was out of bed and moving before conscious thought caught up. He grabbed his wand, the map, and his invisibility cloak, and he was halfway across the common room when a hand caught his arm. Harry! Ron, bleary-eyed, standing in the dormitory doorway in his pajamas. What? Pettigrew's outside. He's running. Black is after him. Ron's face went from sleepy to alert in under a second. I'm coming. Ron, don't even start. I slept next to that thing for 3 months. I'm coming. There was no time to argue. They crossed the common room at a run, burst through the portrait hole. The fat lady, newly repaired, shrieked at them and nearly collided with Hermione in the corridor. I saw you leaving on the I have a monitoring charm on the dormitory entrance. What's happening? Pettigrew's running. Black's chasing him. Whomping Willow. Hermione didn't hesitate. She fell in beside them, and the three of them ran through the castle, downstairs and through corridors, and Harry felt the castle's magic respond to their urgency, doors unlocking fractionally faster, staircases aligning more conveniently. As if Hogwarts itself wanted them to get where they were going. They burst out the front entrance into the cold night air, and Harry's awareness expanded to maximum range. He could feel Pettigrew, a small, panicked magical signature, moving erratically across the grounds. He could feel Black larger, wilder, tinged with something that was either madness or fury. And he could feel the Whomping Willow up ahead, its ancient enchantments thrashing, its branches sweeping the air with lethal force. There. Ron pointed. A large black dog, shaggy, skeletal, barely recognizable as a living creature, was bounding across the moonlit grounds. And in its jaws, struggling and squealing, was a fat gray rat. That's serious, Harry said. The dog. He's Padfoot. And the rat is Pettigrew. Ron's jaw set. Let's go. They ran. The dog reached the Whomping Willow and, with a move that spoke of long practice, pressed a knot at the base of the tree with its paw. The branches froze. A passage opened beneath the roots. The dog disappeared inside, the rat still in its mouth. Harry reached the tree 30 seconds later, hit the same knot, and plunged into the tunnel. It was low and narrow and smelled of earth and old magic, and it led, Harry realized, his awareness tracing its path to the Shrieking Shack. The most haunted building in Britain, which wasn't haunted at all. It was a safe house, built for a werewolf's monthly transformations, connected to the school by a secret passage. Lupin's safe house. Built for Moony, known to Padfoot, Wormtail, and Prongs. Harry ran through the tunnel with Ron and Hermione behind him, their breathing harsh in the confined space, and ahead of them the sounds of snarling and squealing echoed off the earthen walls. The tunnel ended at a trapdoor. Harry threw it open and climbed into the Shrieking Shack. The room was dusty and destroyed, furniture smashed, wallpaper torn, deep gouges in the floor and walls from decades of werewolf transformations. Moonlight slanted through boarded windows. And in the center of the room, a man who looked like death incarnate held a screaming rat by the tail. Sirius Black was barely human. 12 years of Dementors had stripped him to bone and sinew and wild, tangled hair, his face a skull with skin stretched over it, his eyes burning in their sockets, with an intensity that was equal parts madness and desperate, terrible hope. He wore rags. He smelled like a grave. And his magic, Harry's awareness reached for it and found something extraordinary, was still powerful, a fire that should have been extinguished by 12 years of Dementor exposure, but had somehow survived, banked low and hot and absolutely dangerous. Black looked up when Harry entered. Those burning eyes found Harry's face, and something shattered in them. "James," he breathed. "I'm not James," Harry said. "I'm Harry, his son." The pain that crossed Black's face was unspeakable. Ron and Hermione entered behind Harry, wands drawn. The rat was screaming, actually screaming, a sound no normal rat should have been able to make, and struggling in Black's grip with a desperation that was entirely human. "Put up the ward," Harry said to Hermione. She didn't hesitate. Her wand moved in a complex pattern, and Harry felt the anti-animagus ward spring into existence, a shimmering dome of magic that covered the room. Inside the ward, no magical transformation could occur, or more precisely, no new transformation. Anyone currently in animal form would be locked in it until the ward forced them back. And anyone in human form couldn't shift. Pettigrew felt the ward land. The rat went rigid, then began struggling with renewed frenzy. "Give me the rat," Harry said to Black. Black stared at him. Up close, the man's face was a ruin of grief and rage and hope, and Harry could feel his emotions bleeding through his magic like ink through water. "You know," Black rasped. His voice was terrible, hoarse, cracked, the voice of a man who hadn't spoken to another person in over a decade. "You know what he is. I know who he is. I know what he did. I know you're innocent." Black's face crumbled. For one terrible second, the most dangerous escaped prisoner in Britain looked like a lost child, and then the moment passed and the burning intensity returned. "He betrayed them," Black said, lifting the rat. "He betrayed James and Lily. He was the secret keeper. He told Voldemort where they were. I went after him, and he blew it apart and cut off his own finger and ran, and they put me in Azkaban for what he did." "I know," Harry said. "We're going to prove it. But I need you to give me the rat." Black's hand was shaking. The rat was squealing. Ron and Hermione flanked Harry, their wands up, and the Shrieking Shack was full of dust and moonlight and 12 years of injustice. Black handed over the rat. Harry held Pettigrew by the tail and looked into the rat's tiny, panicked eyes. His awareness read the animal, the human consciousness trapped inside, the terror so intense it was almost blinding, the frantic search for escape that was finding none because Hermione's ward was holding. "Hello, Peter," Harry said quietly. "You and I have a lot to talk about." The rat bit him. Harry didn't flinch. His awareness had predicted the bite a half-second before it happened, and he'd tensed his hand to absorb it. The tiny teeth broke skin but not grip, and Harry held on. "Hermione. Drop the ward for 3 seconds, then recast it." "Harry, if I drop the ward he won't." "Trust me." Hermione dropped the ward. In the same instant, Harry focused every ounce of his wandless training, every midnight practice session, every levitated feather, every hour of discipline and control, and pushed his intent into the rat. Not a spell. Not a structured magical act. Raw intent, focused and fierce. Become yourself. The rat exploded outward. Limbs stretched, body expanded, fur receded, and in Harry's grip, no longer a tail but a wrist, was a small, fat, balding man with watery eyes and a pointed nose and a face that was the very portrait of trapped, desperate cowardice. Hermione's ward slammed back into place. Peter Pettigrew stood in the shrieking shack, wearing the remnants of a rat's existence, and looked around at the assembled faces with the expression of a man who has just realized that 12 years of hiding have ended. "Sirius," he stammered. "Old friend, old pal, don't," Black said, and his voice was death. Harry Potter, you look so much like your father. James wouldn't have wanted, he would have shown mercy. Don't you dare speak his name," Black snarled. Pettigrew turned to Ron. "Kind boy, you were always so kind. I was your rat, your friend. You were in my bed," Ron said, and his voice was flat and hard and colder than Harry had ever heard it. "You were in my house. With my sister." Pettigrew's eyes darted around the room, looking for escape, finding none. His magic was pathetic, a thin, sputtering thing, the core of a man who'd spent 12 years in a form that didn't require magical effort. He was no threat. Not physically, not magically. But he was a witness. He was proof. And he was exactly what Harry needed. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry said, and his voice filled the room with a calm authority that didn't belong to a 13-year-old, and he didn't care. "We're going to take you back to the castle. Professor Lupin and Professor McGonagall will confirm your identity. You will tell the truth about what happened the night my parents died. And Sirius Black will be cleared of all charges." "They'll kill me," Pettigrew whimpered. "The Dark Lord's followers, they'll kill me for betraying. You should have thought about that before you betrayed my parents." The words came out cold and final, and the room went silent. Even Black stopped moving, staring at Harry with an expression that was impossible to parse. "We need to move," Hermione said quietly. "The ward won't hold forever, and we need to get to the castle before—" The door of the shrieking shack burst open. Remus Lupin stood in the doorway, wand drawn, breathing hard, his eyes sweeping the room and finding, in rapid succession, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. The wand in Lupin's hand trembled. "Peter," Lupin said, and his voice was barely a whisper. "My God. Peter." "Our Remus." "Remus, old friend, you have to understand. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, you have no idea. The weapons he possessed. You were our friend," Lupin said. "You were James's friend. You held Harry when he was a baby, Peter. And you gave them to Voldemort. I was afraid. He would have killed me. Then you should have died." Sirius roared. "Died rather than betray your friends. We would have done it for you." The room shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. Black's magic flared, barely controlled, and Harry's awareness screamed warning. "We need to go," Harry said. "Now. All of us. Back to the castle, to Dumbledore, before what, he didn't get to say, because at that exact moment, moonlight broke through the clouds and poured through the shack's broken window, and Remus Lupin went absolutely rigid. The full moon. Harry had been tracking the lunar cycle. He knew the full moon was close, but tonight? He'd calculated tomorrow. He'd been off by one day, one critical, catastrophic day, and now Lupin's magic was convulsing, the wolf nature surging to the surface, and the wolfsbane potion. Had Lupin taken it? Harry didn't know, couldn't tell, and Lupin's wand clattered to the floor as his body began to change. Everything happened at once. Hermione's ward shattered as her concentration broke. She was staring at Lupin, at the transformation beginning before her eyes, and the horror of it disrupted the careful mental architecture she'd built to maintain the anti-Animagus barrier. Pettigrew felt the ward fall. His eyes widened. His body collapsed inward, shrinking, compressing. Rat. He was a rat again, small and fast, and already running for the door. Ron lunged for him. Missed by inches. The rat hit the floor and ran, a gray streak heading for the crack beneath the door. Harry snapped his wand up. Stupefy. The stunner hit the doorframe as the rat squeezed through. Missed. Gone. Outside, Lupin's transformation completed with a howl that shook the shrieking shack to its foundations. The sound was pain and rage and animal hunger, and it was very, very close. Sirius Black transformed. Not slowly, not gradually. One moment he was a skeletal man, and the next he was a massive black dog, throwing himself through the door, putting his body between the werewolf and the children. Harry stood in the shrieking shack with Ron and Hermione, the sounds of snarling and fighting filling the night outside, and he felt the plan, his careful, strategic, weeks-in-the-making plan, crumble around him like sand. Pettigrew was gone. The tunnel, Harry said. Back to the castle. Now. They ran. Behind them, the sounds of dog and wolf tearing at each other faded, replaced by the thud of their own footsteps in the narrow passage. They emerged at the Whomping Willow, hit the knot to freeze its branches, and stumbled onto the moonlit grounds. And the cold hit them. Dementors. Not one or two, dozens, a swarm, drawn by the explosion of emotion at the shrieking shack, converging on the grounds from every direction. Harry felt them coming, a wave of freezing void, and his worst memory rose up to meet them like a tide. The chamber. The venom. His heart stopping. The void. Harry planted his feet. Ron and Hermione were behind him, both shaking, both already feeling the Dementor's pull. And ahead of him, staggering out of the trees at the lake's edge, was Sirius Black, human again, bleeding, barely conscious, his emaciated body failing him at the worst possible moment. The Dementors descended on Black like vultures. No, Harry said. And then louder, no. He raised his wand. He thought about the choice. The void, the darkness, the message, and his answer. Yes, I want to continue. Not because of the system. Not because of the game. Because of Ginny on the cold floor and Ron's loyalty and Hermione's brilliance and this wrecked, skeletal man who'd been innocent for 12 years and was about to have his soul sucked out on the grounds of the school where he'd been happy. Because love was stronger than optimization. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand like a star being born. It was vast, larger than the practice room version, larger than anything Harry had imagined possible, blazing with white light that turned the night into day. It lowered its antlers and charged, and where it passed, Dementors fled. Not drifted. Fled. Panicked, scattering, their cold presence shredded by the overwhelming force of a Patronus powered by something deeper and more fundamental than a happy memory. The stag reached the lake, wheeled, and drove the last of the Dementors beyond the tree line. Then it turned, looked at Harry across 100 yards of moonlit grass with those ancient, familiar eyes, and dissolved into silver mist. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the cold ground, his wand arm numb, his magical reserve scraped to the bottom, and watched the sky slowly clear. Sirius Black lay unconscious by the lake. Alive. His soul intact. Ron and Hermione reached Harry at the same moment, one on each side, and for a while none of them spoke. They just sat on the grounds of Hogwarts in the moonlight, breathing, alive, together. The rat was gone. The plan had failed. The night was a catastrophe. But Sirius was alive, and the truth was out, at least among the people who mattered, and tomorrow they would figure out what to do next. Harry, Ron said, his voice shaking. That Patronus. Yeah, that was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Thanks. You're also an idiot for running out here without a plan. I had a plan. It just evolved. Hermione made a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and leaned her head against Harry's shoulder, and the three of them sat there until the teachers found them. Chapter 5. The Shrieking Shack. Dumbledore arrived first. Not walking, arriving, the way Dumbledore did things, one moment absent and the next simply there, as if the space between his office and the lakeside had been politely asked to step aside. His magic preceded him like a pressure wave, vast and controlled, and Harry felt it before he saw the headmaster's silhouette striding across the moonlit grounds. McGonagall was a half-step behind, her tartan dressing gown billowing, her wand out, her face a mask of controlled fury. Behind her came Snape, dark and silent, and behind Snape, summoned, Harry suspected, by some silent alarm built into the castle's wards, came Madame Pomfrey with a medical bag floating at her shoulder. Dumbledore's eyes swept the scene. 3 students on the ground, one shaking, one crying, one sitting very still with an empty wand arm and a face that was years too old for 13. An unconscious man at the lake's edge, skeletal and bleeding, wearing the tattered robes of a prisoner. The distant howling of a werewolf in the forest. Dementor cold retreating from the grounds like a stain being scrubbed from glass. "Harry," Dumbledore said. Not a question. Not a demand. Just the name, spoken with a weight that contained every question and every demand simultaneously. "Professor, we need to talk." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I rather think we do." Madame Pomfrey descended on Sirius Black with the professional focus of a woman who had long since stopped being surprised by anything that happened at Hogwarts. Diagnostic spells flared from her wand. Harry's awareness read them, a full medical workup, and the results were grim. Severe malnutrition, muscle atrophy, magical exhaustion, hypothermia, 3 cracked ribs, and the deep psychic scarring of 12 years of Dementor exposure. The man was alive, but barely, his body running on fumes and sheer willpower. "He needs the hospital wing immediately," Pomfrey said. "And ministry notification." "This is Sirius Black, Madame Pomfrey." Harry's voice cut through, sharper than he intended. "Sirius Black is innocent. Peter Pettigrew is alive. Everything the ministry thinks it knows about what happened 12 years ago is wrong." Silence. 5 adults stared at Harry. The moonlight made everything stark, black shadows, white faces, the silver gleam of the lake behind them. "That," said Snape, his voice dripping with the particular contempt he reserved for moments when he thought Harry was being spectacularly stupid, "is the most ridiculous thing I have ever, Severus." Dumbledore's voice was quiet and absolute, and Snape shut his mouth with an audible click. The headmaster turned to Harry with an expression that was neither dismissive nor accepting but purely, intensely attentive. "Explain." Harry explained. Concisely, precisely, leaving nothing out except the system itself. The Marauder's map. Pettigrew's dot. The 12-year deception as Scabbers. The confrontation in the Shrieking Shack, where Pettigrew had stood in human form, seen by Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lupin before the transformation and the chaos had allowed his escape. Black's account, corroborated by the physical evidence, the missing finger, the impossible lifespan of the rat, the map's ward-linked identification system. He spoke for 5 minutes. Nobody interrupted. When he finished, the silence was so thick you could have cut it and served it on toast. Dumbledore's face was unreadable, but his magic told a different story. Harry's awareness read the man's signature and found it churning with the slow, deep turbulence of a great mind processing information that changed everything. Dumbledore was not surprised, or rather, he was not as surprised as he should have been, which told Harry that some part of the headmaster had always suspected, had always felt the same wrongness in the story that Lupin had. "The map," Dumbledore said. "You say it identifies individuals by linking to Hogwarts' ward network." "Yes, sir." "And the wards identified the rat as Peter Pettigrew. Consistently. Every night for weeks." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, the Hogwarts wards were created by the founders themselves. They do not make errors of identification. If the wards say Peter Pettigrew was within the castle. He trailed off, and for the first time in Harry's experience, Albus Dumbledore looked shaken. "We all saw him," Hermione said, her voice still trembling but steady underneath it. "In the shack. Pettigrew in human form. He confessed, not formally, but he didn't deny it. He begged for mercy. He said the Dark Lord would have killed him. He called Voldemort the Dark Lord," Ron added. His voice was flat and cold and nothing like his usual tone. "Not you-know-who. The Dark Lord. That's what the Death Eaters called him." Snape flinched. The movement was tiny, involuntary, and Harry's awareness caught it, along with the complex flash of emotion that accompanied it. Fear, memory, something old and deeply buried rising to the surface. Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. "Minerva." I need you to secure Sirius Black in the hospital wing. Not as a prisoner, as a patient. Place him under your personal protection, and allow no ministry contact until I say otherwise. Albus, if the ministry finds out we're harboring, then the ministry will have to explain to me why they imprisoned a man for 12 years without a trial. Harry, am I correct in assuming there was no trial? Mr. Weasley couldn't confirm one. Neither could Professor Lupin. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had changed in his expression. The twinkle was gone, replaced by a cold, hard clarity that reminded Harry that this man had defeated Grindelwald and faced Voldemort and was, beneath the Grandfather Act, one of the most formidable wizards who had ever lived. There was no trial, Dumbledore said quietly. I checked years ago when the doubts first surfaced. Bartemius Crouch sent Sirius to Azkaban by executive order, without hearing, without defense, without evidence beyond the scene in the street. I should have fought harder. I should have insisted. He paused. That failure is mine, and I will carry it. The admission hung in the air, raw and honest, and Harry felt something shift in his understanding of Dumbledore. The man made mistakes. He knew he made mistakes. And he was capable of admitting them, even when the admission cost him. What about Pettigrew? Harry asked. He's out there. In rat form. If he reaches Voldemort, if Voldemort is still capable of being reached, Dumbledore said. Which I believe he is. Yes. Pettigrew's escape is a serious problem. In rat form, with a head start, in the dark, finding him will be extraordinarily difficult. The map can track him if he's on the grounds. He won't stay on the grounds. He'll run as far and as fast as he can. Dumbledore's expression was grim. But the immediate priority is serious. If we can establish his innocence through other means, testimony, the map's evidence, Veritaserum if he's willing, then the search for Pettigrew becomes a ministry matter rather than a school one. The ministry is compromised, Harry said. Fudge is weak, and Lucius Malfoy has his ear. If we give this to the ministry, it disappears. Several adults stared at him. Harry didn't flinch. These were things that needed to be said, and nobody else was saying them. You're 13, Snape said. What could you possibly know about? I know Lucius Malfoy planted a dark artifact on an 11-year-old girl that nearly killed her and released a basilisk in a school full of children, Harry said. And I know nothing happened to him. Not a charge, not an investigation, not even a question. Because he walked into the ministry with a bag of gold and walked out clean. That's what I know about how the ministry works. The silence that followed was different from the previous ones. Snape's face had gone through a rapid and fascinating series of expressions, contempt to surprise to something that might, in better lighting, have been grudging respect. Dumbledore was studying Harry again with that look, the one from the end of last year, the chess player examining a board where the pieces had moved in unexpected ways. You are quite right, Dumbledore said. And quite remarkably well-informed for a third-year student. A pause. We will handle this carefully. Minerva, the hospital wing, please. Severus, I need you to contact Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Not Fudge. Bones. She is incorruptible and she will listen. Amelia Bones, Snape repeated, as if the name tasted strange. Tell her Albus Dumbledore requests an emergency hearing regarding the case of Sirius Black, and that I have evidence that will fundamentally alter the Ministry's understanding of the events of October 31st, 1981. Use those exact words. Snape hesitated for a fraction of a second, then nodded and swept away into the darkness, his black robe swallowing him like a shadow returning to its source. Dumbledore turned back to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. You three. Hospital wing. Now. You've done enough for tonight. Professor, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but immovable. You have given Sirius Black something he has not had in 12 years, a chance. Let me take it from here. You have my word that I will not let the Ministry bury this. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. His awareness read the man, the power, the calculation, the guilt, the determination, and beneath it all, unshakable and genuine, a commitment to doing the right thing. Dumbledore had made mistakes. He would make more. But on this specific point, in this specific moment, he meant what he said. Okay, Harry said. But I want to be there. At the hearing. Whatever happens, I want to be in the room. That can be arranged. And Lupin. He's in the forest, transformed. When the moon sets, I will see to Remus personally. He will be safe. Harry nodded. The exhaustion was hitting him now. The Patronus had drained his magical reserves to nearly nothing. The night's chaos had burned through his physical and emotional energy. And his body was reminding him forcefully that he was 13 years old, and it was 3 in the morning, and he'd been running and fighting and casting magic far beyond his age group. Ron put a hand on his shoulder. Come on, mate. Hospital wing. Before Hermione falls over. I'm not going to fall over, Hermione said, and then swayed slightly and grabbed Ron's arm for balance. I'm just briefly horizontal adjacent. They walked back to the castle together, the 3 of them leaning on each other in the moonlight. Behind them, McGonagall levitated Sirius Black's unconscious form toward the hospital wing entrance. Above them, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, indifferent to the small dramas of the people below. Harry walked and thought and let the night settle around him. Pettigrew was gone. That was the failure, the crack in the plan that he hadn't been able to close. Somewhere out there, a rat was running through the darkness with 12 years of secrets in his head and the knowledge of where Voldemort's followers could be found. If Pettigrew reached the remnant of Voldemort, the bodiless thing that Harry knew, instinctively and through his scar, was still out there, then the consequences could be catastrophic. But Sirius was alive. The truth was out. And Harry had allies now, not just friends, but adults with power and authority who knew the real story and were willing to act on it. It wasn't the clean victory he'd planned. It was messy and incomplete, and the enemy had escaped. But it was real, and it was a start. The system pulsed, quiet and warm. Quest update, the rat. Status, incomplete. Peter Pettigrew has escaped. Consequence, the Dark Lord's return accelerates. Note, some failures teach more than victories. Harry read the message, acknowledged it, and let it go. The system's cold assessment was useful, but it wasn't the whole picture. The whole picture included Ron's hand on his shoulder and Hermione's head drooping with exhaustion, and the knowledge that somewhere in the hospital wing, a wrongly imprisoned man was sleeping in a real bed for the first time in 12 years. Some things couldn't be measured in quest updates. The hospital wing was quiet, and Madame Pomfrey was in full battle mode. She installed the 3 of them in beds with a brisk efficiency that brooked no argument, administered potions that Harry's awareness identified as a restorative draft, a calming solution, and a mild sleeping agent. Ron was out within minutes, his snoring filling the ward with comfortable familiarity. Hermione lasted slightly longer, murmuring something about anti-animagus ward variations before the sleeping draft pulled her under. Harry resisted the potion. Not consciously, his body wanted sleep desperately, but the system seemed to metabolize the magical sedative slightly faster than normal, and he lay in his hospital bed, technically drowsy, but functionally alert, staring at the ceiling. Sirius Black was in a bed at the far end of the ward, behind a privacy screen. McGonagall sat beside him, upright and watchful, her wand across her knees. She'd taken Dumbledore's instruction literally. Personal protection meant personal presence, and Minerva McGonagall was not a woman who did things by halves. Harry could feel Black's magical signature through the screen, weak, damaged, but still present. The man was alive. Healing. His magic was slowly recovering the way a depleted core always did, drawing ambient energy from the castle's wards to replenish itself. And there was something else in Black's signature. Something that resonated with Harry's own magic, a harmonic, a connection. Godfather. The word surfaced from somewhere, a conversation, a passing reference, and Harry's awareness confirmed it. Sirius Black was his godfather. A magical bond, formalized at Harry's birth, linking them in ways that went beyond legal guardianship. The bond was old and strained and nearly broken by 12 years of separation and Dementor exposure, but it was there, a thin golden thread in the fabric of their magic. Harry felt something swell in his chest that he couldn't quite name. It wasn't the system's cold analysis. It wasn't strategic assessment. It was simply the knowledge that somewhere in this castle, sleeping under McGonagall's protection, was a man who had loved his parents and been willing to die for them, and who was technically, legally, magically family. Harry had never had family. Not real family. The Dursleys were blood, but blood without love was just biology. Sirius Black, wrecked and skeletal and barely alive, was something else entirely. He closed his eyes and let the sleeping draft finally take him. 3 days passed before the hearing. They were the longest 3 days of Harry's life, and they were filled with politics. Dumbledore moved with a speed and precision that Harry found deeply impressive. The headmaster contacted Amelia Bones personally, bypassing Fudge entirely, and Bones, a square-jawed woman with a monocle and a reputation for absolute fairness, agreed to an emergency closed hearing within 72 hours. The venue would be Hogwarts itself, in a room Dumbledore would prepare, away from the Ministry's corridors where information leaked like water through a sieve. Fudge found out anyway, of course. He arrived at Hogwarts on the second day, blustering and purple-faced, accompanied by 2 Aurors and a toad-like woman in a pink cardigan who Harry's awareness flagged as deeply, fundamentally unpleasant. Her magic had a sticky, cloying quality that reminded him of the diary's darkness, though paler and more bureaucratic. Dumbledore, this is outrageous. Fudge sputtered in the entrance hall, his lime-green bowler hat clutched in both hands. You're harboring a convicted murderer. The Dementors should be brought in immediately, Cornelius. Dumbledore's voice was mild, his expression pleasant, and his magic was doing something very subtle, projecting calm, authority, the unspoken message that making a scene would be unwise. Sirius Black is under my protection pending an emergency hearing that Amelia Bones has already approved. Any attempt to administer the Dementor's kiss before that hearing would be a violation of magical law, and I would be forced to respond accordingly. The threat was wrapped in velvet, but it was a threat, and Fudge heard it. The minister went from purple to white and back to purple, his mouth opening and closing, and the toad woman at his elbow leaned in to whisper something that Harry's enhanced hearing almost caught. The ministry's position, Fudge began. The ministry's position will be heard at the hearing, Dumbledore said. 3 o'clock tomorrow. The room of requirement, 4th floor. I trust you'll attend. Fudge left. The toad woman lingered a moment, her small eyes sweeping the entrance hall with an inquisitive interest that made Harry's skin crawl, and then she followed. Who is that? Harry asked Dumbledore. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. A woman of considerable ambition and very little conscience. Dumbledore's voice was light, but his magic flickered with something that was very close to disgust. She will be a problem, eventually. But not today. Harry filed the name away. Dolores Umbridge. Pink cardigan. Dark, sticky magic. Future problem. Sirius woke on the second day. Harry was sitting beside his bed when it happened. He'd been spending every spare hour in the hospital wing, partly to monitor Sirius's recovery and partly because the man's presence filled something in Harry that he hadn't known was empty. The godfather bond hummed between them, thin but strengthening, and Harry's awareness tracked Sirius's slow return to consciousness with a precision that bordered on medical. Sirius's eyes opened. Gray eyes, deep-set, haunted, but present in a way they hadn't been during the chaos at the Shrieking Shack. He blinked, focused, and found Harry's face. Harry. The name came out rough and broken and full of 12 years of grief. I'm really here. Sirius stared at him. His eyes traced every feature of Harry's face, and Harry could feel the man's emotions through the bond, a torrent of love and pain and loss, and hope so intense it was almost unbearable. You look like James, Sirius whispered. Except the eyes. You have Lily's eyes. I've been told. Sirius made a sound that might have been a laugh, once, before Azkaban had stripped the laughter out of him. She'd kill me if she could see what I look like. Lily always said I was too vain about my hair. I think you've got a decent excuse. 12 years in Azkaban. Bit of a bad hair day. This time it was definitely a laugh, thin and rusty but real, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest. They talked for an hour. Not about strategy or politics or the hearing, just talked, the way family talked, filling in gaps that shouldn't have existed. Sirius told Harry about James and Lily real stories, specific ones, the kind that made them people instead of legends. How James had proposed to Lily by enchanting a snitch to hover in front of her during breakfast and open to reveal a ring, and she'd said yes, and then hexed him for doing it in public. How Lily had been the best in their year at charms, better even than the professors, with an intuitive understanding of magical theory that had made Flitwick weep with joy. How they danced at their wedding badly, laughing, stepping on each other's feet, completely and ridiculously in love. Harry listened and something inside him filled, slowly, like a vessel that had been empty his whole life and was finally receiving what it was designed to hold. These weren't the abstract, sainted parents of legend. These were people flawed, funny, brave, real. And Sirius, wrecked as he was, carried them in his memory like candles in a dark room. I was supposed to be their secret keeper, Sirius said, his voice dropping. The laughter was gone now, replaced by the weight of what came next. That was the plan. I was the obvious choice, best friends with James, powerful enough to resist interrogation. But I got clever. Too clever. His jaw tightened. I convinced them to switch to Peter. Told them no one would suspect him. The perfect bluff. And Pettigrew gave them up. Within a week. Sirius's hands clenched on the hospital blankets. I went to check on him, Peter, in his hiding place, and he was gone. I knew immediately. I went to Godric's Hollow and the house. He stopped. His magic convulsed, the fire in his core flaring with grief so sharp it cut, and Harry felt it through the bond like a blade. You don't have to, I went after Peter. Found him in a Muggle street. He saw me coming, and the little bastard was always cleverer than we gave him credit for. He shouted for the whole street to hear that I'd betrayed James and Lily. Then he blew the street apart with the wand behind his back, cut off his own finger, transformed, and went down the sewer. And I just stood there, in the smoke, with 12 dead Muggles. And I laughed, Harry. I laughed because it was so absurd, so perfectly, hideously absurd, that Peter Pettigrew had outplayed all of us. Sirius's eyes were dry. 12 years of Dementors had burned out easy tears, left only the deep ache that lived in bone and magic. They didn't even ask me what happened, Sirius said. Crouch's people came, took my wand, put me in chains. No questions. No hearing. No trial. Straight to Azkaban, and the Dementors did the rest. Harry sat with that. Let it settle. The injustice of it was staggering, not abstract injustice, the kind you read about in books, but specific, personal, real. This man. This particular man, with his gray eyes and his broken laugh and his love for people who were dead. We're going to fix it, Harry said. Tomorrow. The hearing. You're 13 years old, Harry. And you're innocent. One of those things matters more than the other. Sirius looked at him for a long time. His expression went through something complicated, pride, wonder, a kind of awe that Harry found uncomfortable. Merlin, you're like her, Sirius said. Lily. That's pure Lily right there. I thought I looked like my dad. You look like James. You're like Lily. And that, Harry, is the most dangerous combination imaginable. The hearing took place at 3 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon, in the room of requirement. Harry had never been inside the room before, and his awareness nearly overloaded when he crossed the threshold. The room of requirement was not a room at all. It was a possibility, a space that existed in potential until someone needed it, at which point it became whatever was required. The magic involved was staggering, a working so complex and so deeply integrated into Hogwarts' ward structure that Harry couldn't find its edges. Today, the room had become a courtroom. Rows of seats. A raised platform for the adjudicator. A chair for the accused, conspicuously free of the chains that normally adorned ministry hearing rooms, Dumbledore's touch, Harry suspected. And a small, separate area for witnesses. Amelia Bones sat on the platform, her monocle gleaming, her square face set in an expression of judicial neutrality. She had the magic of a career law enforcement officer, disciplined, structured, with an edge of steel that said she'd seen bad things and dealt with them. Behind her, a scribe, a young witch with an enchanted quill, was ready to record. Fudge sat in the front row of observers, flanked by the Toad Woman, Umbridge, and two Ministry officials Harry didn't recognize. The minister's face was a mask of affronted authority, but Harry's awareness read the fear underneath. Fudge was terrified. Not of Black, but of what Black's innocence would mean for the Ministry. For his ministry. Dumbledore sat in the front row opposite Fudge, McGonagall beside him. Snape, surprisingly, had taken a seat in the back, his expression unreadable. And Sirius Black, cleaned up as much as 2 days of Pomfrey's care could manage, dressed in borrowed robes, sat in the central chair and looked at Amelia Bones with the quiet dignity of a man who had survived 12 years of hell and still knew who he was. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the witness area. Lupin, recovered from the full moon and looking like death warmed over, sat beside them. Bones opened the hearing with crisp efficiency. This is an emergency hearing into the case of Sirius Orion Black, convicted in November 1981 of the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, and of betraying James and Lily Potter to Lord Voldemort. The hearing has been convened on evidence suggesting a significant miscarriage of justice. Mr. Black, you have the right to present your account. You also have the right to submit to Veritaserum testing. Do you consent? I consent to Veritaserum, Sirius said. His voice was steady. I have nothing to hide. Never did. Snape produced the potion, 3 drops of clear liquid, administered on Sirius's tongue with the precise, impersonal manner of a man who was performing a professional function and absolutely not thinking about the personal history between himself and the accused. Harry watched Sirius's magic respond to the Veritaserum. The potion was a form of compulsion. It worked by suppressing the brain's ability to construct falsehood while amplifying the impulse to speak truthfully. It wasn't perfect. Skilled occlumens could resist it, and the truth it produced was the subject's perceived truth, which could differ from objective reality. But for a man who genuinely had nothing to hide, it was as close to proof as the magical world could get. Sirius's eyes went slightly glassy. His posture relaxed. And Amelia Bones began asking questions. The story came out clear and terrible, corroborated at every turn by the potion's compulsion. The plan to use a secret keeper. The switch from Sirius to Peter. Peter's betrayal. The confrontation in the Muggle Street. The explosion, the finger, the transformation, the escape. 12 years in Azkaban, sustained by one thought. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. How did you escape Azkaban? Bones asked. I'm an animagus. Unregistered. My form is a large black dog. The Dementors can't affect animals the same way. The emotions are different, simpler, harder for them to feed on. I transformed in my cell, slipped through the bars, I was thin enough, and swam to shore. Why escape now? After 12 years. Because I saw Peter. Sirius's voice went flat and hard under the Veritaserum, the truth compulsion stripping away any softening. Fudge visited Azkaban. He gave me his newspaper. And on the front page was a photograph of the Weasley family in Egypt, and on the boy's shoulder was a rat with a missing toe. Peter. Alive. At Hogwarts, where Harry was. My godson. In the same building as the man who betrayed his parents. I had to get out. I had to protect Harry. The room was silent. Fudge had gone the color of curdled milk. Umbridge was writing furiously on a notepad, and Harry's awareness read her emotional state as a complicated mix of alarm and calculation. She was already working out how to spin this, how to minimize the damage, how to protect the Ministry's reputation. Bones turned to the witnesses. Mr. Potter. You have testified in a written statement that you personally witnessed Peter Pettigrew in human form in the Shrieking Shack 3 nights ago. Can you confirm this for the record? I can, Harry said. Peter Pettigrew stood in the Shrieking Shack, in human form, and spoke to us. He didn't deny betraying my parents. He begged for mercy. He said Voldemort would have killed him if he hadn't cooperated. Fudge winced at the name. Several people in the room winced. Bones didn't. And the Marauder's map, the artifact you've described. How does it identify individuals? It's connected to Hogwarts' ward network, Harry said. The wards identify every person within the castle by their magical signature. The map translates that identification into a visual display. It labeled the rat as Peter Pettigrew consistently for weeks. Is the map available for examination? Harry produced it. Bones examined it with the focused intensity of a veteran investigator, running diagnostic spells that Harry's awareness tracked. She was checking for forgery, for manipulation, for any sign that the map's data could be falsified. The ward link is genuine, Bones said after several minutes. This artifact is connected to Hogwarts' foundational wards. Forging that connection would require access to the castle's core enchantments, which only the headmaster possesses, Dumbledore said mildly. And I assure you, Amelia, I did not forge a magical map to frame Peter Pettigrew. Something that might have been a smile flickered across Bones's face. Noted. She turned to Lupin. Professor Lupin. You knew Peter Pettigrew personally. You witnessed his human form in the Shrieking Shack. Can you positively identify the individual you saw? Without question, Lupin said. His voice was rough from the recent transformation, but firm. The man in the Shrieking Shack was Peter Pettigrew. I knew him for 7 years. I knew his face, his voice, his manner. It was Peter. Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger. You concur? Yes, said Ron. Yes, said Hermione. Bones removed her monocle, polished it, and replaced it. She looked at Sirius, at the witnesses, at Dumbledore, and then at Fudge. Minister, she said. I have testimony under Veritasrum from the accused. I have corroborating testimony from 4 eyewitnesses. I have physical evidence from an artifact linked to Hogwarts' foundational wards. And I have, notably, no record of an original trial. Fudge's mouth worked silently. It is my judgment that Sirius Black was imprisoned without due process, and that the evidence supporting his conviction is fundamentally compromised by the survival of Peter Pettigrew. I am ordering his immediate release, pending a full review of the original case. You can't, Fudge sputtered. The public, the press, this will be handled correctly, Bones said, and her voice could have cut diamond. Which is more than can be said for the original proceedings. Sirius Black is a free man as of this moment. The Ministry will issue a formal exoneration within 48 hours. And Cornelius, I strongly suggest you get ahead of the story before the Daily Prophet gets it from another source. Fudge looked like a man watching his house burn down. Umbridge leaned in to whisper again, and Harry caught the words this time, containment, Minister. We can control the narrative, Harry said clearly, and every head in the room turned toward him, is that an innocent man spent 12 years in Azkaban because the Ministry couldn't be bothered to give him a trial. Any attempt to control that narrative will be met with a full account, provided to the Daily Prophet by the boy who lived. He hadn't planned to say it. The words came from somewhere deeper than strategy, from anger, from justice, from the look on Sirius's face when he'd talked about standing in the smoke of a ruined street while the Ministry's men put him in chains without a single question. The room was very quiet. Fudge stared at Harry with an expression that mixed fear and fury in roughly equal proportions. Umbridge's eyes were flat and calculating, and Harry's awareness registered her reassessment of him, from inconvenient child to genuine threat, a recategorization that carried its own dangers. But Dumbledore was smiling. Not the twinkling, grandfatherly smile, something fiercer, prouder, the smile of a man watching someone live up to their potential in real time. I believe that concludes the hearing, Bones said. Mr. Black, you're free to go. I recommend medical attention and rest. She paused. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry. What happened to you is a failure of the system I serve, and I intend to ensure it never happens again. Sirius stood. He swayed slightly, still weak, still damaged, still a shadow of the man he'd been, but he stood, and his eyes found Harry's across the room. Thank you, Sirius said. The words were simple and inadequate, and contained everything. Harry nodded. His throat was too tight for speech. The hearing ended. People filed out. Fudge departed with the rigid posture of a man who knew he was walking toward a political catastrophe. Umbridge followed, her small eyes lingering on Harry as she passed with a look that promised future attention. Snape left without a word, though Harry caught a flash of something in the man's expression as he passed Sirius. Not hatred, surprisingly. Something more complex. Acknowledgement, maybe. Of shared suffering or shared history, or simply the recognition that the world was more complicated than 12-year-old grudges could contain. The aftermath spread through Hogwarts like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. The students found out within hours. The castle's gossip network operated at speeds that would have impressed the Department of Magical Communication. Sirius Black innocent. Peter Pettigrew, alive and guilty. The boy who lived, at the center of it all again. Harry endured the stares and whispers and questions with the practiced patience of someone who'd been a celebrity since infancy, deflecting attention with the skill of long practice. The Daily Prophet ran the story 3 days later, front page, above the fold. Rita Skeeter's byline, florid and sensational, but the core facts were accurate because Bones had controlled the release of information with military precision. The public reaction was a mixture of outrage at the ministry, sympathy for Sirius, and fascination with the details of Pettigrew's deception. Fudge weathered the storm by throwing Bartemius Crouch under the bus. Crouch had ordered the imprisonment without trial. Crouch had bypassed due process. Crouch had failed the system. It was technically true and morally convenient, and it satisfied the public's need for a villain without toppling the minister himself. Harry watched the political maneuvering with his new awareness and learned. This was how power worked in the magical world, not through spells and duels, but through information, narrative, and the careful redirection of blame. Fudge was weak, but weakness in a position of power was its own kind of danger, because weak men with authority made desperate decisions. Sirius stayed at Hogwarts for a week, recovering in the hospital wing under Pomfrey's increasingly fond, if exasperated, care. The man was a terrible patient, restless, impatient, constantly trying to leave his bed to explore the castle he loved as a student. Harry visited every day, and they talked, building the relationship that 12 years of injustice had stolen from them. "I want you to come live with me," Sirius said on the 4th day, casually, as if he were suggesting a trip to Hogsmeade rather than rewriting Harry's entire domestic situation. "When I've got a place sorted out. If you want to." Harry's hand tightened on the chair arm. "What about the Dursleys? I'm your godfather. Your parents named me your guardian. I'll need to get the paperwork in order, magical guardianship, the legal bits, but there's no one with a stronger claim." Sirius's expression softened. "You don't have to go back there, Harry. Not ever." The emotions that hit Harry were so layered and so intense that even his system-enhanced awareness couldn't fully parse them. Relief so profound it was physical. Joy so sharp it was painful. Grief for the years already lost, the childhood already gone. And underneath it all, a fear he didn't want to examine, the fear that this too would be taken away, the way everything good in his life had always been taken away. "I'd like that," Harry said, and his voice was very small and very young and very real. Sirius reached out and put his hand on Harry's, bony and scarred and warm, and the godfather bond between them hummed like a plucked string, and neither of them said anything else for a while. The last weeks of term had a dreamlike quality, everything familiar but subtly changed. Harry attended classes, trained with Lupin, who had been allowed to remain as professor, Dumbledore having fought that particular battle with the governors and won, and continued his nightly map checks. Pettigrew never appeared. The rat had vanished into the world, and the system's warning, the Dark Lord's return accelerates, sat in Harry's mind like a thorn. He had failed to catch Pettigrew. That failure would have consequences. The system had told him so, and his own strategic analysis agreed. But the failure existed alongside the victory, Sirius free, the truth revealed, a godfather gained, and Harry was learning that real life didn't sort neatly into wins and losses. It was messier than that. More human. He continued his Patronus practice, alone now, in empty classrooms after hours. The stag came easier each time, not because the spell was becoming routine, but because the truth it drew on was becoming more solid. Harry's connections to the people he loved were not weaknesses to be optimized away. They were his greatest strength, the foundation of his most powerful magic, and the system would just have to accommodate that. Speaking of the system, it had been quieter lately. Fewer messages, less prompting. As if, having pushed Harry through the critical events of the year, it was stepping back to observe. Evaluating. Harry didn't know if that was good or bad, but he learned to stop asking the system questions it wouldn't answer and focus instead on the things he could control. His magical core had grown significantly over the year. The combination of Patronus training, the Shrieking Shack confrontation, and the massive Patronus casting at the lake had pushed him through several thresholds of development. His awareness estimated that his core was now roughly equivalent to a talented 5th or 6th year student. Not extraordinary, but well ahead of where a 3rd year should be. His wandless magic had also improved, though he'd had less time for dedicated practice during term. He could now move objects up to about 20 pounds, create a light bright enough to read by, and his newest achievement, generate a brief, weak shield charm without his wand. It wouldn't stop much, but it was something, and the fact that he could do it at all was remarkable. And his awareness itself had deepened. The resonance stone continued its passive enhancement, and months of use had refined his magical perception to a degree that was sometimes overwhelming. He could read magical signatures at 50 yards. He could feel the intent behind a spell before it was cast. He could perceive the emotional state of people nearby through their magic's fluctuations, a kind of passive empathy that was useful and occasionally uncomfortable. He was growing, changing, becoming something that didn't have a name yet. And the summer was coming, and with it, serious. The end-of-term feast was bittersweet. Gryffindor won the House Cup, which Harry cared about less than he would have a year ago. The food was excellent. Dumbledore gave a speech that was lighter than usual, colored by the relief of a crisis resolved, though Harry caught the undercurrent of worry that the headmaster couldn't quite hide. Pettigrew was out there. Voldemort was out there. The war that everyone thought had ended 12 years ago was stirring, and Dumbledore knew it. Lupin resigned. He came to Harry's dormitory on the last night, looking tired and sad but characteristically composed. "Severus let it slip," he said. "About my condition. To the Slytherins, who told their parents, who told the governors. Dumbledore fought for me, but that's not fair. No, but it's how the world works, for people like me. I knew the risk when I took the job." Lupin smiled, and it was genuine despite the sadness. "It was worth it. Teaching your father's son the Patronus charm, watching that stag appear," his voice caught. "That was worth everything. You'll keep in touch. Try to stop me." Lupin extended his hand, and Harry shook it, and through the contact he felt the professor's magic, still dual-natured, still complex, but warm and real and familiar now. "You're going to be extraordinary, Harry. You already are. Just don't forget to be human along the way." "I'll try. That's all anyone can do." Lupin left. Harry watched him go and felt the weight of the advice settle into his bones. Don't forget to be human. The same tension he'd been navigating all year, the system pulling him toward optimization, his heart pulling him toward connection. Lupin had seen it somehow, had recognized the danger without knowing its source. Harry made a quiet promise to himself that he would remember. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through green countryside, and Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and watched England unfurl outside the window and thought about everything that had happened and everything that was coming. Ron had a new pet, a tiny, hyperactive owl named Pigwidgeon, a gift from Sirius by way of apology for the 12 years of Scabbers. Ron pretended to be annoyed by the owl's enthusiasm, but couldn't quite hide his delight. Hermione was already reading ahead for 4th year. Her course load had been reduced. She'd dropped divination and Muggle studies, to no one's surprise, but she was still carrying more classes than any sane student would attempt. She was also, Harry knew, continuing her research into anti-animagus wards, into the Patronus charm, into every subject that touched on what had happened this year. Hermione processed the world through knowledge, and she was determined to be prepared for whatever came next. "Harry," she said, looking up from her book. "I've been thinking. Dangerous. Hush. I've been thinking about next year. About what Dumbledore said, about Pettigrew being out there, about things accelerating. And I think we need to train. Properly. Not just the Patronus, not just defense class, real training, practical magic, the kind of things that Lupin taught us, but more intensive. The three of us. Maybe others, if we can find people we trust. Harry looked at her. Then at Ron, who had stopped fiddling with Pigwidgeon and was listening with an expression of unusual seriousness. She's right, Ron said. What happened at the shack, the lake, the Dementors? We were lucky, Harry. You were good, with the Patronus and the planning and all of it, but he gestured at himself and Hermione. We need to be better. I need to be better. I froze when the Dementors came. I couldn't protect anyone. Ron, don't tell me it's fine. It's not fine. My best mate is out there fighting dark wizards and casting corporeal patronuses, and I can't even keep a rat from running away. I want to be useful, Harry. I want to be more than the bloke who stands behind you looking scared. The honesty of it hit Harry like a fist. Ron Weasley, who had walked into a nest of giant spiders for him, who had followed him into the chamber's antechamber, who had carried a Death Eater in his pocket for months without complaint, Ron thought he wasn't enough. You're already more than that, Harry said. You've always been more than that. Then let me prove it. Train with us. Teach us what you know. Harry looked at his two best friends, Hermione with her fierce intelligence and her stacks of books, Ron with his loyalty and his quiet courage and his desperate need to prove himself. And he made a decision that the system would probably have advised against, because it meant sharing knowledge and reducing his individual advantage, but that was exactly why he made it. Okay, Harry said. Next year. We train. All three of us together. Hermione beamed. Ron grinned. And the train carried them southward, three friends heading into a summer that would, for the first time in Harry's life, actually be worth looking forward to. King's Cross was crowded and bright, and Sirius Black was waiting on the platform. He looked better. 2 weeks of Pomfrey's care and regular meals had put some flesh on his bones, and someone, Lupin, Harry suspected, had cut his hair into something approaching civilized. He was still gaunt, still haunted, still carrying the invisible weight of 12 years in Azkaban. But he was standing upright, wearing clean robes, and when he saw Harry come through the barrier, his face split into a grin that was so much like the young man in the old photographs that Harry's breath caught. Ready? Sirius asked. Ready. They walked together out of the station, into the London sunshine, and Harry felt the Dursleys fall away behind him like a shed skin. He didn't look back. Didn't need to. That part of his life was over, not with drama or confrontation, but with the quiet finality of a door closing on a room you never needed to enter again. Sirius had arranged temporary housing, a flat in London, nothing fancy, borrowed from a friend while he got his affairs in order. There would be legal matters, financial matters, the long process of rebuilding a life that had been stolen. But there would also be this, a home, a family. Someone who looked at Harry and saw not the boy who lived, but the son of the people he'd loved most. They took the tube, because Sirius was fascinated by Muggle transportation. James would have loved this. A train that goes underground? Brilliant. And Harry sat beside his godfather on the rattling car, and felt something he'd never felt before. Safe. Not the strategic safety of preparation and awareness, not the conditional safety of Hogwarts wards and Dumbledore's protection. Just safe. The simple, animal safety of being with someone who would die for you, who had nearly died for you, who looked at you with love so naked it was almost embarrassing. The system pulsed. Year 3 complete. Evaluation, adequate. The Dark Lord stirs. Year 4 will require more. Prepare. Harry read the message. Acknowledged it. Let it settle into the part of his mind that dealt with strategy and planning and the long game. Then he let it go. Because the train was rattling through the tunnels beneath London, and Sirius was laughing at the map on the wall. They've got the whole city laid out like this? Without magic? Muggles are mad, Harry, absolutely mad, and the sun was shining somewhere above them, and summer stretched ahead like an open road. The Dark Lord stirred. Pettigrew was running. The game continued, and the stakes would only climb. But right now, in this moment, Harry was 13 years old, and he was going home. Not to the cupboard under the stairs. Not to the smallest bedroom at number 4 Privet Drive. Home. Real home, with someone who wanted him there, and he was going to sit in that feeling for as long as it lasted because he'd learned something this year, something the system couldn't teach him and couldn't take away. The strongest magic wasn't in his wand or his core or his awareness. It wasn't in strategy or training or the cold calculus of survival. The strongest magic was in the people beside you, the ones who stayed when staying was hard, the ones who loved you badly and imperfectly and fiercely and without condition. His mother had known that, had died for it. And in the Patronus that blazed from Harry's wand, the silver stag, Prongs' legacy, conjured from truth instead of memory, that knowledge lived on. Harry leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and smiled. The game would continue. The challenges would come. And Harry Potter, the dead boy, the player, the son of James and Lily, the godson of Sirius Black, the friend of Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, would face them with open eyes and a full heart and the stubborn, unreasonable conviction that love was worth more than power. The system hummed, quiet and watchful, and said nothing. Outside the train windows, London blurred past, vast and old and full of secrets. And somewhere, far to the north, in a forest in Albania, something dark and bodiless felt a tremor in the web of magic that connected it to its scattered pieces and turned its attention, slowly, carefully, with the patient malice of something that had learned to wait, toward England, toward a boy with a scar, toward the player. The game was far from over.